Chapter 1951. The teleportation formation's self-destruction shook the world. Celestial Court's battlefield paused for a moment. Next, Northern Plains immortals erupted in cheers and screams. Their voices surged to the sky. "See Wei." Qin Dingling was shocked. She turned into a rainbow light and shot down, saving Fairy Myrtle from the ruins of the teleportation formation. Fairy Myrtle had fainted and was in a bad state. Qin Dingling needed to save her immediately. Qin Dingling did not hesitate. She retreated to a corner and did not intend to help Duke Long in battle. She knew her own limits. She knew that she could not be of much help to Duke Long. While Fairy Myrtle was the leader of Celestial Court's wisdom path, her position was crucial and could not be lost. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to kill Fairy Myrtle while she was weak, but Duke Long blocked his path. Needless to say, Duke Long's modified Qi Wall was very powerful. It swept away the rigidity of the primordial Qi Wall. It was flexible and tough. After Duke Long used this move, even with myriad year flying warship, Feng Yuan could not break through. Inside the Qi Wall, Duke Long had a solemn expression. He treated Feng Yuan as his greatest enemy. His previous disdain was completely gone. Only after Feng Yuan destroyed the teleportation formation did Duke Long realize Feng Yuan's myriad self-killer move was just a distraction to attract their attention. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan's true method was secretly prepared. Once it was used, it was extremely effective. But how did Feng Yuan coincidentally have a method to break the formation? Duke Long knew that Feng Yuan had broken the Qi Wall earlier because of rebirth. But this teleportation formation was clearly out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He had been troubled by it for a long time. If it had existed in the previous life, he would have prepared a method to deal with it. This means that Feng Yuan deduced a killer move to break the formation at the last minute. But how is that possible? Duke Long was very confused. The Celestial Court made such arrangements. They were naturally guarding against Feng Yuan. They knew of his wisdom path attainment. With just Feng Yuan's foundation, it would take a long time to crack the teleportation array. Speaking of which, all of this was really a bit of a coincidence. Feng Yuan explored the Dragon Whale Paradise and obtained the falling star rod tree from Shen Songshen. The conditions under which this primordial desolate plant grew was still a mystery. Moreover, it had been exceptionally rare since ancient times, and its number was extremely small. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into its trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called the falling stars. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis, Lotus, Immortal, Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect these trees. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just for itself. If a Gu Immortal planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a star circulation system. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. If not for this tree, even if Feng Yuan knew the name of the falling star rod tree, he would not be able to transform it. But ever since he obtained it, he carefully observed it and analyzed it patiently, resulting in the falling star rod tree's transformation. Other than the rod tree transformation, Feng Yuan also had Dongfang Naganori's Hataru killer move and Yi Lui Kunxing's Leader Star's killer move. These were his spoils of war. Especially the Leader Star's killer move. It was extremely exquisite. It used star fragments as the main body and expended very little immortal essence. It used the attraction between the star fragments to produce a lot of starlight magnetic force to pull in the stars. The more stars there were, the greater the power of this move. Back in the Northern Plains bloody battle, Yi Lui Kunxing used this move to gain unparalleled might. Almost no one could stop him. Leader Stars cluster targeted stars and used stars to begin with. On top of this foundation, Feng Yuan also had both star path and formation path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the support of the Light of Wisdom. He modified the killer move before the battle. With all these factors added together, he achieved this amazing result. He destroyed the teleportation formation. Even Duke Long was very surprised. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan had already become unfathomable. On myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan stopped the falling star rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Bam, bam, bam. A vast number of Fang Yuan clones appeared again, filling the sky and spreading out like locusts. Celestial Court's side immediately felt troubled. They had suffered from a lack of manpower in this battle. Although the will of the stars had awakened many rank 8s of Celestial Court in advance, the teleportation formation was destroyed. These main forces were still trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Duke Long sighed and used a method helplessly. Chi Path Killer Move. Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. In an instant, an incomparably majestic pressure descended from the sky, covering all directions. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Fang Yuan clones were directly destroyed. Calamity Luck Altar was also pressed on the ground. It resisted the strong pressure with much difficulty. Cracking sounds could be heard. The 10 goo houses of Celestial Court's immortals within the range of the killer move were even worse. They were directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship were also not spared. They were enveloped by Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. Their speed fell sharply. They fell from the sky like they were carrying a mountain range. Fang Yuan laughed. He was not shocked but happy. He was already familiar with Duke Long's Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. In the previous life, during the battle for Dragon Palace, Duke Long used this move to secure victory. But at this moment, Duke Long had no choice but to use this move to resolve Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was too passive. He could not even take care of Celestial Court's immortal goo houses. Immortal killer move. Immemorial year monkey transformation. Fang Yuan suddenly transformed again. His Dao marks turned into more than 1,500,000 time path Dao marks. Myriad-year flying warship was a time path immortal goo house. Now that it was activated by Fang Yuan, its power surged and it flew out like a flying sword. It was as if Qi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist at all. Duke Long stared at Fang Yuan angrily, but he could not catch up. He could only watch as Fang Yuan charged towards the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan did not intend to attack Heaven Overseeing Tower. Firstly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was protected by a formation. It needed time to break through. Secondly, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables painting path methods were left in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan was very wary. The immortal graveyard was an important place of Celestial Court, even though venerable methods might be hidden there. Fang Yuan had to take this risk. The immortal graveyard was a huge variable. Destroying it in advance was definitely beneficial to Fang Yuan and the rest. Inside Imperfection, Regret Pavilion. Seeing that Fang Yuan was approaching the immortal graveyard, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette's expression changed slightly. She held a chess piece with 2 fingers and was about to throw it out. But at this time, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled lightly as he placed a chess piece on the chessboard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette stopped. If she threw this chess piece outside, Limitless Demon Venerable would definitely have the absolute advantage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not be able to salvage the situation. Limitless, you really think highly of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she placed the chess piece back. Next, her gaze turned sharp as a blade as she said coldly, "But it is not so easy to stop me." Before she finished speaking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette continued to move, placing chess pieces on the chessboard. Limitless Demon Venerable followed closely, not wanting to fall behind. Both sides moved back and forth. In a few breaths of time, 100 chess pieces had already been placed. The chessboard was filled with countless chess pieces. But the strange thing was, the chessboard seemed to be endless. No matter how many chess pieces the two venerables placed, the chessboard could accommodate them all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette was restrained by limitless demon Venerable. Fang Yuan moved forward and arrived above the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan, if you attack, I will make sure you die, without a complete corpse. Duke Long was still chasing after him with all his strength. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he used Strength Path Giant Hand. With a loud sound, the hand moved like a mountain, seemingly slow but actually fast as it descended. But the process of the giant hand's descent suddenly became very long. The space seemed unchanged, but it was already 10,000 li further than before. At the crucial moment, someone interfered, but it was not a Venerable's method. "Who is it?" Fang Yuan shouted. His eyes shined with lightning as he looked towards his left. Under Fang Yuan's gaze, a female immortal slowly appeared. She had a strange appearance. Her entire body was made of green wood. She wore a green dress that was also woven from vines. Even though she had a human face, there were tree bark-like wrinkles on her face. Her eyes were as calm as a lake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Just from her aura, this female immortal was close to Di Zongxing's level. "Human immortal, stop. Stop trying to destroy the celestial court. If you continue to be stubborn, Tsang Xianzi will stop you." The female immortal spoke. Her voice was soft but firm. "Tsang Xianzi." Fang Yuan understood immediately. There were 3 legendary immemorial beasts in the celestial court. They were Shabi 95, Wan Dan, and Tsang Xianzi. Tsang Xianzi was a vast heaven vine. She had a special status in the celestial court. She did not need to listen to orders. She only needed to offer a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. In the previous life, when longevity heaven attacked the celestial court, Tsang Xianzi was watching the battle from start to finish. She did not interfere. To think that in this life, Fang Yuan's invasion caused her to join the battle. It seems that Tsang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable have a secret agreement that outsiders like us do not know about. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He urged myriad-year flying warship to carry him as he charged towards the immortal graveyard. Tsang Xianzi sighed. She turned into a green light and intercepted myriad-year flying warship. With a loud sound, myriad-year flying warship crashed into Tsang Xianzi's body. Its momentum halted as Tsang Xianzi was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of green blood before attacking myriad-year flying warship again. "Fang Yuan, give me your life." At this time, Duke Long rushed over. He roared as his teeth flew out, turning into huge white blades that slashed at Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan fell into a situation of being attacked from both front and back. He did not panic. He pointed at Duke Long and activated Spring Scissors' killer move, then pointed at Tsang Xianzi. Myriad-year flying warship below him shot out countless flying swords. They were daybreak swords. Spring Scissors flew out and cut off the dragon teeth, attacking Duke Long with an unstoppable momentum. Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. Daybreak swords slashed at Tsang Xianzi like a waterfall. Tsang Xianzi resisted for a few breaths of time. Before feeling that she could not hold on any longer, she retreated helplessly. Fang Yuan roared. Myriad-year flying warship flew into the sky before descending rapidly towards the immortal graveyard again. But the distance between them extended again. The surrounding space underwent an undetectable mystical change. Fang Yuan turned around and stared fiercely at Tsang Xianzi. He said through gritted teeth, "You're courting death." Tsang Xianzi was sweating profusely. She used all her strength to activate her space path killer move, but she could only stall Fang Yuan temporarily. Fortunately, Duke Long was around. He charged at Fang Yuan again, but was repelled again. Fang Yuan had outstanding strength. He suppressed Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Both sides fought for over 100 rounds. Fang Yuan's aura grew stronger as he fought, while injuries accumulated on Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. They were in a sorry state. Rumble! With a loud sound, Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil made Zhang Xianzi scream, and a giant hand seal slammed Duke Long to the ground. Duke Long, you are old. How long can your old bones last? Fang Yuan sneered. Until the moment I die. Duke Long had a determined expression. His battle intent was high. One of his dragon horns was broken. His dragon scales were broken. He was covered in blood. He would fight to the death. Meanwhile, inside the refinement path formation, the Northern Plains experts had already surrounded Song Yan and Che Wei. Kill them! They are already at their limits. You want to stop us with just the two of you? Humph, overestimating yourselves. The Northern Plains immortals glared at them. Their killing intent filled the entire space. Song Yan and Che Wei were covered in blood. If they stood there for a few breaths of time, a pool of blood would form under their feet. It seems that our lives are going to end here. Then die. Even if we die, we will use all our strength to stall for time. For Yuan Qiong, the two looked at each other. A smile of facing death calmly appeared on their faces. Come, let's have the final battle. As the weaker side, they shouted at the Northern Plains immortals. The Northern Plains immortals' expressions changed. These two are respectable opponents. I will use my strongest killer move to send you on your final journey. It is a sign of respect towards you. Boom, boom, boom. An intense battle erupted again. Emperor City. Countless gazes were fixated on the final competition's venue with fervent gazes. Most of the participating Gu masters failed. They quietly left the venue. There were only two people left in the venue. One was Yi Fan, the other was Hong Yi. The final victor would be decided by the two of them. The competition is about to end. Our defense mission is about to succeed. Everyone, persevere. Central Continent's defending troops cheered in advance. What do we do? 1,000 Transformations ancestor could not take them down. He could not help but show an anxious expression. Fang Dichong was silent, but he snorted inwardly. You are too naive. Even if we are stopped, so what? Ha ha, it's finally here. In the blink of an eye, the ground split apart while the mountains shook, and an enormous trench was swiftly formed. Terrifying rifts stretched out like bolts of lightning, and they actually headed straight for Imperial Emperor City. How can this be? Earth Trench! Damn it! Emperor City is in the path of the Earth Trench. Quick, save them! Central Continent's defending troops were shocked. They wanted to help. But Fang Dichong was prepared. He controlled Divine Bean Palace to move out of the encirclement towards Central Continent's defending troops. Central Continent's Gu immortals could not attend to other matters. They tried to block Divine Bean Palace, but could not save the countless mortals in Emperor City. We are finished. Who can save them? No, we cannot give up hope. Imperial Emperor City was in chaos. The river of time. The river water was turbulent. Feng Joga was standing inside a time path immortal Gu house. He was in deep thought, comprehending quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Shock was written all over his face. A stone lotus island slowly appeared in Feng Joga's vision. This is... Instantly, Feng Joga thought of Qin Dingling's words before he left. I will observe your luck. Your luck represents the river of time. Go. There will be your fortuitous encounters there. It will make you stronger. You originally wanted to comprehend the river of time and complete your destiny song. This is a wise decision. It is not wrong. Chapter 1952. Celestial Court Battlefield. You're finally awake. Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle, who was slowly opening her eyes as she let out a breath of air. I... Fairy Myrtle's gaze was dazed for a moment before she regained clarity. How is the battle situation now? It is not looking good. Qin Ding Ling answered solemnly as she spread out her palm, creating a golden shadow. Within the shadow, it was the scene of Fang Yuan suppressing Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Immortal killer move, Purple Gold Dragon Chi. After using this killer move, be it attacking, defending, or healing, Duke Long's every move would be accompanied by the Purple Gold Dragon Chi. This was his main Chi path method. It was very comprehensive. In the previous life, 5 Elements Grandmaster died to this move from Duke Long. But even Duke Long was repelled by Fang Yuan time and time again. Duke Long was still terrifyingly strong, but Fang Yuan relied on myriad-year flying warship to display terrifying time path battle strength. Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves had terrifying power. Even Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi could not block them. Fairy Myrtle took a few glances before exclaiming again, Fang Yuan's battle strength is so high. He seems to have a transformation path method that can transform most of his Dao marks into the same type. Not only did he advance to rank 8, his Dao marks are also beyond common sense. How did he do it? Instead of thinking about these questions, we should think about how to resolve the situation first. Qin Ding Ling urged. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a while before pointing at the shadow and analyzing calmly. Lord Duke Long's strength is actually not weaker than Fang Yuan. It is just that he is too passive and has to defend the immortal graveyard at all times. This allows Fang Yuan to hold the initiative. Every time he uses a killer move, Senior Duke Long has to block it to ensure that the immortal graveyard is not lost. Fang Yuan could easily dodge Duke Long's counterattack, but Duke Long had to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. This was too much of an advantage. If one really looked into it, Duke Long and Fang Yuan's strength was about the same, and the gap between them wasn't big. But Fang Yuan's choice of tactic was really wise. If it was the sturdy heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long would not be too worried, but the immortal graveyard was different. The primordial Qi wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. It was too shocking, too crucial. So much so that Duke Long was exhausted from dealing with Fang Yuan's attacks. The will of the stars could have awakened the Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard, but it was restrained by limitless demon Venerable's phantom. But how should he deal with the current situation? As soon as Fairy Myrtle started to think about it, she felt a headache coming on. It was so intense that her body trembled violently and she almost fainted again. Be careful, your injuries are still very severe. Qin Ding Ling quickly said with concern. Fairy Myrtle nodded, frowning deeply as she endured the headache, and analyzed. The immortal graveyard is the greatest foundation that the celestial court has painstakingly accumulated. It cannot be lost. Thus, we need to resolve the problem of Fang Yuan first. Go and reinforce Senior Duke Long, and let Guyue Fangjing take action as well. He has been cultivating in Demon Judgment Board during this period of time and has made a lot of progress. If you enter Demon Judgment Board and cooperate with him, you will definitely be able to obtain great results. What about you? Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle worriedly. Fairy Myrtle spat out a mouthful of blood. I need to heal my injuries. Thankfully, there is a heavenly year hall that can help me greatly. Don't worry. This immortal Gu house is at the periphery of the battlefield. It will not attract attention. All right, be careful. Qin Ding Ling hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and flying away. Fairy Myrtle's vision turned dark. She breathed heavily on the spot for a while and stabilized her injuries before moving towards the heavenly year hall. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Whoosh. Intense winds blew, sweeping everything in their path. Duke Long grunted as he flew back 300 steps, countless shattered purple gold scales scattered along the way. The storm also engulfed Zhang Xianzi. The female immortal cried out in pain as the vines on her body broke. She used her defensive killer move to block it with difficulty. Her space path defensive killer move was very mystical. Any attack that wanted to land on her would have to travel a distance that was much longer than what the naked eye could see. But no matter how long the distance was, the time path hurricane still engulfed the immortal graveyard. Even though the immortal graveyard only suffered a small portion of damage and was far from being completely destroyed, it was enough to make the celestial quartz immortals feel great heartache. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, staring at Tsang Xianzi with a dark gaze. He was not satisfied with the current battle results. Tsang Xianzi, her participation was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan knew nothing about her, especially when she cultivated space path. Fang Yuan's attainment level was insufficient in this path. His space path attainment level was insufficient. Even though Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment level, he could not deduce anything. The one with the greatest threat is still Duke Long. On myriad year flying warship, Fang Yuan glanced at Duke Long. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used Summer Fan Killer move to send Duke Long flying back by 500 steps, but now he only took 300 steps back. Summer Fan was an old killer move. Even though Fang Yuan had modified it many times, it had appeared before. Duke Long was also starting to get used to it. Of course, the most important reason was that Duke Long was constantly getting stronger. Supreme Dragon's last stand, Fang Yuan muttered. He could feel the emotions of those Northern Plains immortals who fought against Duke Long in his previous life. Duke Long was already very powerful, and more terrifyingly, he was still getting stronger. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had the upper hand now, it was because he was relying on a smart battle tactic, attacking the enemy's weak spots. Duke Long could only defend passively. In terms of true battle strength, Duke Long and Tsang Xianzi were evenly matched. Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship. The two cooperated very well. Meanwhile, this was the first time Duke Long and Tsang Xianzi were working together. At the same time, even though Tsang Xianzi had a deep foundation and did not lose to the current Di Zongxing, her battle techniques were still very rusty. It was clear that she rarely fought. Thus, Fang Yuan could clearly sense her growth. Tsang Xianzi's methods were becoming more and more proficient. After all, life and death battles were the best place to train people. Time is getting tight. If I can't make any contributions, I can only give up on the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Once Genesis Lotus method was triggered, Fang Yuan would attack there. Before that, it would be best if he could destroy the immortal graveyard, because no one could say for sure what monster would appear in the immortal graveyard, including Duke Long. There were 4 Tao protectors like Duke Long in the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. All sorts of thoughts collided in his mind. Each thought was faster than lightning. Countless battle tactics were brewing in his mind. Up until now, he still had many trump cards and killer moves. For example, Time Cutting Edge, Unlimited Chi Si, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, Lead Soul into Dream, and other killer moves. If it were any other opponent, these moves would immediately determine victory and kill the enemy. But Duke Long and Tsang Xianzi were clearly not simple people. For them, if their attacks were ineffective, they would be mentally prepared. It would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to make any contributions. Kill Duke Long and Tsang Xianzi? It was not that Fang Yuan did not have a chance. But at the same time, Duke Long still had triple chi retraction killer move. It was also a huge threat. Once Fang Yuan was hit by this move, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan was also wary. Moreover, other than triple chi retraction, did Duke Long not have any other methods that could match it? Fang Yuan was not sure. At the same time, Tsang Xianzi was also unfathomable. She had existed longer than Duke Long and had a complicated relationship with Genesis Lotus. It was not strange for her to suddenly use a powerful method. Fang Yuan continued to attack the immortal graveyard, trying to find a chance to attack. But Duke Long and Sang Xianzi were old and experienced. They had vast battle experience. Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but he could not find any chance to attack. In the midst of the intense battle, a blood cloud suddenly attacked. The blood cloud approached Fang Yuan. It had a strange aura. Fang Yuan lightly stepped on Myriad Year, flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship shook slightly. A small portion of the Daybreak flying sword split off and attacked the blood cloud. The blood cloud was pierced by the sword group and easily torn to shreds, almost instantly breaking into pieces and dissipating completely. But Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. Blood-colored markings appeared on the pot's shell and started to corrode Fang Yuan's main luck. Blood path killer move. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He could not help but slow down his attacks, diverting his attention and quickly activating cooking luck pot. But no matter how he changed his luck, he could not get rid of these blood-colored markings. To get rid of them completely, Fang Yuan needed to focus and spend a lot of time on them. Fang Yuan looked far away. An immortal goo house was flying over. This was a vermilion tombstone, and on the tombstone there were countless words constantly moving. It was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Demon Judgment Board. Fangzheng, is that you? For some reason, Fang Yuan immediately guessed the person inside Demon Judgment Board. Not only was Gue Fangzheng inside Demon Judgment Board, there was also Qin Ding Ling. Fang Yuan was hit. Fangzheng was overjoyed. I need to thank Fairy for amplifying my killer move's power. At this moment, behind Fangzheng, Qin Ding Ling was pressing her palm against his back, cooperating with him. Seeing the result of this attack, Qin Ding Ling was also surprised. She had a whole new level of respect for Guyue Fangzheng. Fangzheng only had rank 7 cultivation level, but just like Fairy Myrtle expected, the killer move he created was very effective against Fang Yuan. He is indeed Fang Yuan's nemesis, a chess piece left behind by Providence. Qin Ding Ling sighed, inwardly. Providence wanted to destroy Spectral Soul's plan. They chose Fang Yuan as their chess piece. But Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was the biggest variable. Thus, Providence arranged for Fangzheng to become the variable that countered Fang Yuan. Thus, when Fangzheng became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he combined the experiences of countless previous board lords and created the killer move Blood Kin Vendetta. This blood path killer move simulated luck path. It also contained the profundities of human path. Qin Ding Ling's amplification could only be considered as icing on the cake. Blood Kin Vendetta activated once again. As the blood cloud attacked, Fang Yuan dodged. But Shuiyan followed closely behind, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan, not giving up. Chapter 1953. Fang Yuan's current main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was a consumable goo worm. It could turn any living being into a pure human body. Because the body was not obtained through normal reproduction, it also had half of the demonic nature of an otherworldly demon. The sovereign body had no blood connection with Guyue Fangzheng. The only blood connection was with Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. But this clone was hidden in the sovereign immortal aperture, separated from the outside world. Could it be that Fangzheng's method could penetrate the barrier and sense the things in the immortal aperture? It is more likely that this move does not rely on the bloodline connection, but on the user's inner senses. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He felt that this deduction was more realistic. He had just come into contact with Fangzheng's killer move. He had little understanding of it. Fang Yuan tried, but he could not get rid of the blood clouds. If he were to destroy the blood clouds, the blood-colored stripes would appear and continuously corrode his luck. If anyone else used this killer move, it would not have such an effect. But Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan were closely related. It was not just a simple blood relationship. Because of the arrangements of providence, the luck of the two complemented each other. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained cooking luck pot, Guyue Fang Zheng's luck turned into a pot lid. It naturally countered Fang Yuan. Blood-kin vengeance's connection was more complicated than Fang Yuan had expected. One was the bloodline connection, the second was the inner senses, and the third was the resonance of luck. Following the resonance of luck, the blood patterns were able to invade Fang Yuan's luck. This created a huge problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan changed his target. He wanted to destroy Demon Judgment Board and kill Fang Zheng directly. But every time he made such a decision, Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi would not sit by and watch. They would save him at the right time. Even if Fang Yuan's attacks occasionally hit, it would only cause the Demon Judgment Board to tremble violently and produce cracks. A moment later, the Gu immortals inside repaired it. Demon Judgment Board was different from most immortal Gu houses in Celestial Court. It was complete. It had no weaknesses in defense, movement, recovery, and so on. If I have all living beings' luck inheritance. No, even if I have heart, blood, immortal Gu, even if I cannot unravel this move, I can greatly alleviate it. Fang Yuan had sensed something earlier, but unfortunately, during the Qi-Si banquet, he missed heart, blood, immortal Gu. This was indeed a regret. Who would have thought that it would manifest itself at this moment? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lost the 5-world limit formation, which was a huge regret. In this life, it was heart, blood, immortal Gu. Although Fang Yuan controlled the spring and autumn cicada and had the advantage of being reborn, when you underwent changes, the effects would spread. Your enemies, and even the entire world would undergo new changes that would target you once again. It was like a person shouting in a valley. No matter what the tone of his voice was, the valley would always respond to his every time he shouted. During the Qi-Si banquet, Fang Yuan had already sensed it, but unfortunately, due to all sorts of opportunities and the hidden conflicts between forces, Fang Yuan did not grasp this opportunity. From this, one could see Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Spring-Autumn Cicada's rebirth was only a chance to start anew. The entire process, especially the middle and late stages, depended on the person's performance. If one relied on the advantage of rebirth, they might have different gains in the early stages, but it would be like a good swimmer drowning. They would only be digging their own grave. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had to be reborn countless times to slightly damage Fate Gu. This way, with Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi as the main force, Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling controlling Demon Judgment Board as support, the three of them attacked Fang Yuan together, finally restraining Fang Yuan's demonic might. Fang Yuan is trapped. Bull Demon, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, spoke loudly. He had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along. Of course, not just him. All the other Gu immortals were paying attention as well. After all, Fang Yuan's victory or defeat would directly affect the entire Celestial Court situation. Flower Lady hesitated. Should we help him? The two looked at Bing Sichuan. They knew that they had a trump card. They could ask Limitless to turn around. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this trump card to lure Limitless Demon Venerable to temporarily trap Duke Long. In the current situation, as long as Duke Long was trapped, Fang Yuan would have one less obstacle. He would be able to break the stalemate. But Bing Sichuan shook his head. His gaze was fiery. Let them fight. This is the best time. Let's snatch Fate Gu and return to Longevity Heaven to refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. His original goal was this. With Rank 9 Destiny Gu, Longevity Heaven could replace the position of Celestial Court and rule over the 5 regions. Earlier, Bing Sai Chuan was in a predicament. He had no choice but to give up on this idea and call for Fang Yuan's help. Now, that Fang Yuan made a move and changed the situation, Bing Sai Chuan's situation took a turn for the better. Be grateful to Fang Yuan and help him? Bing Sai Chuan snickered coldly in his heart. His great achievement was right in front of him. He had waited for so many years. Giant sun immortals will his unfinished business. How could he give up? As long as there was a trace of hope, he would try, he would not give up. Right now, even though the refinement path formation was not destroyed, a path was already opened. Go! For longevity heaven, for northern plains, for Lord Giant Sun, immortal, take back fate. Bing Sai Chuan shouted loudly. The phantom image of the river of time surged. All the experts in Northern Plains history shouted in response to Bing Sai Chuan. Mao Liqiu had already entered the battle, using the killer move perfect pair to fight Shabi 95 and Ruandan. Bull Demon and Flower Lady also flew out of Calamity Luck Altar at this moment. They had many Northern Plains Gu immortals with them. This force was much stronger than in the previous life. No, Yuan Xiongdu's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a shrill cry, but no one came to help him. Yuan Xiongdu was guarding the refinement path formation. He could not leave at all. Right now, he was in a precarious situation. He could barely protect himself. Rank 9 fate was about to be completely repaired by him. If it was snatched away now, it would all be for the benefit of others. Seeing this, Duke Long was anxious. He shouted, Fang Yuan, to think that you were being used. Fang Yuan took a glance at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just this glance alone made Bing Sai Chuan's breathing pause. If Fang Yuan turned around and attacked Longevity Heaven's side, what would he do? Bing Sai Chuan made this decision because he was under huge pressure. The truth was, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the battle in Heaven Overseeing Tower. When he saw the Northern Plains Gu immortals charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, he was secretly happy. Finally, someone was helping him. Duke Long, you should worry about yourself. Let me kill you first before finding trouble with Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan shouted. Duke Long did not speak. His attacks broke through his limits again, becoming fiercer. Fate Gu, Bull Demon and Flower Lady shouted in shock. They charged into the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu. But at the next moment, Genesis Lotus method activated. Ah, what is this? Painting Path, Genesis Lotus, Immortal Venerables method. Sure enough, like Fang Yuan expected, these Northern Plains Gu immortals entered, but could not leave. All of them were trapped in the painting in the bamboo forest. Such a change shocked the other immortals. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was even more dumbfounded. Yuan Xiongdu, Song Yan, and Che Wei obtained precious time to catch their breaths and survive. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. The phantom river of time continued to move, but no Gu immortals appeared. The closest one was Mao Liqiu. It was fighting with the two legendary immemorial beasts of Celestial Court. It could not leave. In this urgent situation, Bing Sai Chuan could only mobilize himself. At this time, Qi Xi Lang finally woke up. What are you hesitating for? Use Calamity Luck Altar and destroy Heaven Overseeing Tower. Qi Xi Lang said. When he was unconscious, he was still aware of the changes in the outside world. Now that he woke up, he received all of this information. Fate Gu was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Gu could only be destroyed by otherworldly demons. Thus, if Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed, the other core immortal Gu might be implicated and destroyed, but Fate Gu would not be affected. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was a weakened rank 9 immortal Gu house. It had thick defense. If Calamity Luck Altar attacked it, it would waste precious time. This was also the reason why Bing Sai Chuan sent Gu immortals to invade Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sai Chuan was hesitant. He looked at the phantom river of time again. It had been a while since any Gu Immortals came out. There were many Northern Plains experts in history, compared to 7 extreme desolation, and others. Bing Sai Chuan had high hopes for them, but they did not appear. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was uncertain. Even if he did not know the previous life situation, he could sense something amiss. He was a time path great expert, after all. He was appointed as the West Desolation Immortal by Giant Sun Immortal. He was entrusted by Giant Sun to hibernate for 300,000 years. He was a crucial leader in order to complete longevity heaven. This call of the ancient killer move seems to be fishy. I cannot rely on it completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is from the righteous path after all. His true intentions are questionable. Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan said to Qi Si Lang, "Seventh Prince, please make a move." Qi Si Lang spat. "You are a luck path cultivator? I am more suitable than you to control Calamity Luck Altar. Can you display the full power of this immortal Gu house? The urgent matter now is Bing Sai Chuan, screw your ancestors." Qi Si Lang had just said half of his words when he was suddenly transported out by Bing Sai Chuan. He could not help but curse. The true authority of Calamity Luck Altar had always been in Bing Sai Chuan's hands. Qi Si Lang could control it earlier because Bing Sai Chuan had given him a portion of the authority. "Seventh Prince, please attack quickly." Bing Sai Chuan spoke politely, but Calamity Luck Altar was ready to attack. Qi Si Lang suspected that if he did not act, Calamity Luck Altar would attack him first. Bing Sai Chuan, very good. Qi Si Lang gritted his teeth in anger. Bing Sai Chuan was an old subordinate of Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable with his status and experience. He was not afraid of Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable's son Qi Si Lang. Just you wait. If not for Father's great cause. Qi Si Lang was furious and helpless. He could only charge into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Xiongdu and the rest were helpless. They could not stop him. Since when did Heaven Overseeing Tower allow enemies to enter freely? Yuan Xiongdu and the rest could not help but feel sad. They could only hope that Genesis Lotus Method would show its might again. Qi Si Lang carefully stepped into the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was immediately pulled by a jade light. He was shocked, seeing the painting of Genesis Lotus on the wall. He tried his best to maintain his body, but he could not resist it. Seeing that he was about to be pulled into the painting, Bing Sai Chuan shouted, "Limitless, please turn around." Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable did not turn around like in the previous life, but he still threw out a chess piece. The chess piece flew into Heaven Overseeing Tower and floated above Qi Si Lang's head. Qi Si Lang immediately stabilized his body. Most of the jade light was blocked by this tiny chess piece. Only some faint jade light remained on his body. Chapter 1954. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust clouds rumbled. The earth split open. A huge trench extended forward, devouring everything in its path as it approached Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was right in front of them. At this moment, even though there were several Central Continent Gu Immortals defending Emperor City, to save so many lives in such a short time, these Gu Immortals were simply unable to do so. Earth trenches were naturally formed, and no one could predict where they would appear. Only Fang Yuan expected this. Because this earth trench had appeared in his previous life, it destroyed Emperor City. But Central Continent and Western Desert did not know about it. The appearance of the earth trench caught both sides off guard. But Western Desert's side was overjoyed, while Central Continent's side was terrified. Right at the crucial moment of Emperor City's destruction, an immortal Gu House Ting appeared, turning into a jade light that flew into the sky at lightning speed. It was Divine Bean Palace. "Stop him!" Central Continent's Gu Immortals subconsciously shouted in unison. "What is Fang Di Chang doing?" 1,000 transformations ancestor, and the rest felt strange. Divine Bean Palace's actions were not part of the battle plan. Fong Di-chang had a shocked expression. At this moment, not only could he not contact the outside world, he could not even move his body. Divine Bean Palace buzzed and shook. A formless and powerful force was restraining him. In the painting that surrounded the hall, a will slowly emerged. The will quickly condensed into the appearance of a young man. He wore a green robe and had a white headband. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He had a cultured and refined appearance. Seeing this will, Fong Di-chang's expression turned ashen. He cried out, "Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable." Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable. Among the venerables, he had the most immortal essence. He was the third-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. He created Heavenly Lotus Sect. He got rid of the demonic Qi and restored order to heaven and earth. Indeed, this was Genesis Lotus Will. Damn it, he hid in the painting. That's why I was fooled. Fong Di-chang instantly understood. He did not understand painting path at all. But why did I lose control of Divine Bean Palace the moment Genesis Lotus Will appeared? I was tightly bound and lost my freedom. Fong Di-chang instantly thought of Qin Chou. His heart turned cold. He once thought that he had completely refined Divine Bean Palace, but the cruel reality showed that there were still secrets in Divine Bean Palace, and the final authority was still in the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. Be it the real Fong Di-chang or Fong Yuan's clone, they could not see through this method. They were kept in the dark. How could a venerable's immortal goo house be so easily seized? With a loud bang, Divine Bean Palace landed steadily at the center of Emperor City and started to oversee the situation. Boundless jade light spread out from Divine Bean Palace. It was warm like water. The light wasn't dazzling. It illuminated half of the sky. Everywhere in Emperor City, regardless of whether it was the city bricks or the corners of the walls, they were all soaked in jade light. Amidst the light, mural after mural gradually appeared in every corner of Emperor City. These were numerous paintings of life, and they depicted the scene of a certain moment in Imperial Emperor City. Some were markets with people moving around, peddlers were shouting and selling all sorts of goods. Some were the silhouettes of several courtyards, and on the tall trees in the courtyards there were several bird nests with nestlings waiting to fly away. And under the trees there was a group of children playing and chasing each other. They were filled with hope towards the future. There was a wedding procession coming from the south. The groom was riding a horse. There was a mortal goo house behind him. The bridegroom was riding on a horse. Behind him was a sedan. This mortal goo house was usually taken out for weddings in Central Continent. The sedan was decorated with flowers of all colors. Behind the sedan, there was a group of porters carrying the bride's plentiful dowry. There was a tea house. There were many people on the street outside. The upper floor of the tea house was filled with guests. They were eating breakfast while looking at the street outside the window. The tea house's banners to attract customers were fluttering in the morning wind. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At a corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall. A blind old goo master, who might have wisdom path goo worms, was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future of a woman. No matter if it was early in the morning or at night, at the side of the city gate or in the downtown area, the scenes of the people in Imperial Emperor City living and working in peace and contentment formed numerous scenes. Undeniably, this was a painting path method. It was filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, peaceful life. Emperor City actually has Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me this is not a story, but a fact. Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's goo immortals were overjoyed. Western Desert's side had a bad feeling. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City were connected, forming a huge immortal goo house. The center was naturally Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. The earth trench surged over like the mouth of a giant beast, instantly destroying Emperor City's foundation. But Emperor City was completely different. It floated in the air, unmoving. The countless people in the city gasped in shock. They hugged each other happily. They jumped around. They actually managed to escape from death's door. A large number of people cried tears of joy. They knelt on the ground and worshipped the paintings. Suddenly, new paintings appeared in many places. The content of the paintings was the scene of these people kneeling and worshiping. This killer move, peaceful life, seemed to be able to absorb strength from mortals to strengthen itself. The power of the paintings continued to accumulate, flowing back into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will control this power. He controlled Divine Bean Palace even more firmly. He looked at Fang Dichang with a smile that was not a smile. Fang Yuan, I need to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here. You saved the human world from a calamity. This was the arrangement of Genesis Lotus' main body. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought by Fang clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. But in this life, through Fang Yuan's clone as a bridge, Divine Bean Palace appeared in time and saved countless people. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Fang Dichang struggled with all his might. But at this time, a wave of profound strength pulled him and sent him into Divine Bean Palace's painting. Fang Dichang's vision changed. He looked again and found that he had already entered the painting. He was very familiar with the scene in front of him. It was a gray-white land with a deep pit on the ground. This was where he had planted the immortal beans. Now, most of the bean seeds had hatched into Divine Bean soldiers to be used in battle. There were only a few bean seeds left in this land. They were still growing and fermenting. Fang Dichang found that he could move freely, but it was useless no matter what he tried. He could not break out of this painting. I am sealed and suppressed in the painting. Fang Dichang instantly thought of Flower Lady in the previous life. She was suppressed in the painting inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Dichang tried to contact his main body, but found that he could not communicate with the outside world. He could not even sense jewel yellow skies. All the relevant communication methods were ineffective. Calm down, calm down. I still have one last hope. Fang Dichang was silent for a moment before activating Karma Divine Tree. Fortunately, this killer move had been modified. Once it was activated, the expression of Genesis Lotus will in the palace outside the painting changed slightly. This method was indeed the key to resisting him. Even Genesis Lotus will could not stop it completely. At this moment, inside Emperor City, Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention's final competition venue. This thrilling competition had finally reached its final moment. The victor was about to be determined. I succeeded. Success. Yi Fan and Hong Yi said in unison. They had refined goo worms almost at the same time. To determine the victor between the two, a time path goo master would have to be invited to investigate the minute difference in time. But right at this moment, a green light suddenly appeared and firmly wrapped around the two of them, bringing them flying away. This jade green light was extremely fast. It carried Hong Yi and Yi Fan and quickly rushed to the front of Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will inside Divine Bean Palace gritted its teeth. Looking at this, these two people in the jade light were deeply connected to Fang Yuan. They were likely not his pawns, but his capable subordinates. Genesis Lotus will hurriedly activated Divine Bean Palace. The jade light that wrapped around Yi Fan and Hong Yi smashed into Divine Bean Palace. Suddenly, the light turned and shot into the distance, landing in one of the murals in Monarch City. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were sealed. What is going on? Who will win and who will lose? Hong Yi and Yi Fan looked at each other with a dazed expression. They were inside a painting of contented lifestyle. There was a peaceful scene in front of them. They could not help but feel puzzled. Where are we? Aren't there goo immortals fighting outside Emperor City? Why can't we hear anything? Am I dreaming? Chapter 1955. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. There was very little of the five-colored smoke remaining. Di Zongsheng roared continuously. His power surged endlessly as he tore the formation apart. His mountain-like body was still charging forward. We can't stop it. Another child formation has been torn apart by it. How many subformations do we have left? Only the last one. Quickly set up the subformation. No, the enemy is too destructive. We don't have enough time. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was in chaos. Many Central Continent goo immortals were guarding this place, but they were restricted by the five-colored smoke, be it controlling the formation or setting up the subformations. They would suffer backlash at any time. The stronger the person, the more effort they put in, the stronger the backlash. Di Zongsheng was extremely powerful. He could break the subformations with just his own battle strength. He was constantly getting stronger. The 5 regional walls were getting weaker. The 5 earth veins were starting to unify. The earth trench that extended to Emperor City was a huge proof. The earth trench had already extended to the center of Central Continent. It meant that the fusion of the earth veins had reached its peak, be it the 4 regions or Central Continent. Because of the rapid spread of the new earth trench, countless tragedies occurred. Lives were lost. Human will was surging. Di Zongsheng was different from most legendary immemorial beasts. He was created from the fusion of the earth veins' power and the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth veins had expanded into the 5 regions' earth veins. Di Zongsheng's strength had increased by 5 times. And the negative emotions of humans were also increasing rapidly from Central Continent's humans to the 5 regions' humans. Di Zongsheng's strength would soar again. Because of this, Duke Long was getting stronger because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, and Di Zongsheng's speed of growth was even more terrifying than Duke Long's. Thus, even with the main forces of the Celestial Court here, they could not stop Di Zongsheng's advancement even with all their strength. The main forces of the Celestial Court were furious. We can't let it advance anymore. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to stop it. Damned evil dragon, get out of the way. Let me block it. Zhang Fei Xiong suddenly roared and transformed into a giant with a bear's head and a human's body. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as he was directly crushed into bloody mush, and he perished. This 8th transformation, Dao transformation mighty figure, was only able to stop Di Zongsheng for a moment at most. Zhang Fei Xiong. The immortals of the Celestial Court could not help but tear up at such a crucial moment. The members of the Celestial Court were willing to sacrifice themselves. Let me do it. The next moment, the Flesh Whip Fairy went up and transformed into the primordial walking meat tree. This was her strongest form. Bang! With another muffled sound, Flesh Whip Fairy was crushed into a piece of broken limbs and blood splashed everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal. The immortals whispered. When she was needed, she disregarded her own safety, a grand rank 8, a genius of her generation, just to fight for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were moved. What drives them? It seemed that it had been like this since ancient times. The goo immortals of the Celestial Court were all like this. The spirit they upheld had never declined, and had instead flourished. The Celestial Court never lacked martyrs. Although primordial origin was gone, his spirit did not die. Unfortunately, all your efforts are in vain. Wu Shui willed, and countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a large vanguard, flying in front of Di Zongsheng and attacking the final subformation. Watch me. Under the expectant gazes of the immortals, Feng Kim Hong stepped forward, her youthful face full of seriousness and seriousness. She used the power of the Immortal Formation to activate the immortal killer move, Shatter Dream. Bang, bang, bang. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that slowly circulated and spread. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. Feng Kim Hong activated another method. These dream realms that self-detonated turned into human shapes again, but this time they were used by Feng Kim Hong. With Feng Kim Hong around, Dream Path was no longer the weakness of the Celestial Court. Then what about this? Before the Celestial Court could let out a sigh of relief, at the crucial moment, a formation was thrown out of Dragon Palace. 5 regional limit formation. 5 colored smoke burst out again, spreading rapidly and covering the whole area. The eyes of the Celestial Court's main force were bloodshot. Zhu Kei'er screamed, "Quickly destroy it!" Whirling Boy and Jun Shenguang had already pounced over. "It's too late." Zhan Budu cheered loudly inside the formation. He did not disappoint them. At the crucial moment, he repaired the entire formation and could fight again. The 5 colored smoke surged and covered the subformation. Puff, puff, puff. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who were still setting up the formation were caught off guard. They coughed out blood. Many fainted on the spot. Some even died from the backlash. At this point, they were at the end of their rope. The 5 regional limit formation had become the final nail in the coffin for their deaths. As for the Gu Immortals controlling the formation, they could not help but slow down, resisting the backlash with difficulty. Roar! Di Zongxing took the chance to exert strength again, directly breaking the final subformation. 9 consecutive unceasing was finally broken. The formation shattered. The light faded. Hairy Foot Mountain, which had been concealed by the formation all along, was revealed. This mountain was very small and inconspicuous. It was ordinary, but it contained infallible blessed land. A large number of the main formation Gu Immortals were lying on Hairy Foot Mountain. The formation's destruction caused these Gu Immortals to suffer heavy injuries again. Almost no one was conscious. Most of the Gu Immortals had already lost their life force. Only a small portion were in a daze. Feng Kim Hong, who had received the most attention, had a pale expression. She fell to the ground, without any strength to escape. At this moment, she could only watch as Di Zongxing charged towards her. She could do nothing but wait for death. As death approached, the intense feeling of threat made Feng Kim Hong feel suffocated. Am I going to die? At once, this young female Gu Master was at a loss. Protect Feng Kim Hong. Quickly save her. Forget about infallible blessed land. The final success Dao marks have already been sent to Celestial Court. Celestial Court's main force desperately returned to rescue Feng Kim Hong. Wishful thinking. Southern Border's Gu Immortals laughed sinisterly. They also exerted strength to restrain the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Wu Yong manipulated unlimited wind to attack. This huge tornado wind pillar held up the sky and ground. The intense winds held up a large number of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Jun Shenguang and Whirling Boy charged at the front again. One of them cultivated Light Path, while the other cultivated Space Path. They were the fastest when using killer moves. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dragon Palace endured all sorts of attacks while forcefully attacking Jun Shenguang and Whirling Boy. Jun Shenguang and Whirling Boy could not dodge in time. They were struck almost at the same time, being swept away by Dreamy Light Smoke. But after imprisoning these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limit. It could not imprison any more people unless they entered the Dream Realm and killed these two. Destroy Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible blessed land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead and rushed to the front. He was not on Celestial Court's side. He naturally did not know that Celestial Court had already completed their mission. Even if he destroyed infallible blessed land now, it would not affect the overall situation. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire blocked Wu Yong as Prince's impatience flew out. With just you? Wu Yong's eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. His figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Prince's impatience. Immortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind. We felt like old friends at first sight, but you want to leave. We are about to part. Good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even Prince's impatience, who had gone to Northern Plains alone and worked as a spy for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince's impatience lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. Damn it! Farewell, friend Wind is actually in Wu Yong's hands. Chun-Yi screamed in his heart, but he could not shout. He could not move. He could not use any methods. Without the final obstruction, Wu Yong dove down like a falcon hunting its prey, attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. The rest of the Celestial Court's main force wanted to go back to help, but they were restrained by others. Wu Yong exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Even before he actually pounced on Feng Jin Huang, the wind pressure he created was as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jin Huang was pressed so hard that she couldn't move. She closed her eyes in despair, but the intense pain she imagined did not appear. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes in confusion. She then saw a figure blocking in front of her, like a heavenly moat, firmly blocking Wu Yong. She was very familiar with this figure. She cried tears of joy, calling out, "Father!" The rank 8 Gu immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was Feng Jioga. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, like a spear or a sword. Hearing Feng Kim Huang's call, Feng Jioga slightly turned his body. Looking back at Feng Kim Hong, his eyes under his sword-like brows revealed gentle concern. He was confident and calm. Feng Jioga did not say anything. He only nodded at Feng Kim Hong, then turned to look at Wu Yong. But Feng Kim Hong felt a huge sense of security. She was completely relaxed. This sense of security was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Kim Hong believed. She believed in her father, Feng Jioga. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a dangerous light. Feng Jioga, Wu Yong muttered this name, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Last time, you stopped me from chasing after Fang Yuan. This time, we will settle the score. Saying so, he prepared a killer move, trying to use Farewell, Friend Wind again. Feng Jioga did not dodge. He hovered in the air, a smile on his face as he slowly opened his mouth and sang a song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It seemed to be filled with contradictions. It was very strange. Wu Yong was unconsciously attracted by the song. His attacks stopped. The song was like a small stream in the mountains, gurgling and flowing. Next, the stream seemed to turn into lava. Expanding into a long river, it was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed. He started to struggle. Because he was the closest, he was the first to be hit. The song gave Wu Yong a bad feeling. It made him feel like he had returned to the past. When he was young, he was shrouded in the shadow of his mother. Wu Duxiu's strict teachings and restrictions, he could only listen to her obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong stared with wide eyes. He saw that the Farewell Friend Wind killer move that was used on Prince's impatience had stopped. What song is this? It can directly counter Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was shocked. At this moment, Prince's impatience felt something different. He felt like he had returned to the past, when he disguised his identity and cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He controlled the grotto heaven. He could finally hold his head high. He no longer had to worry about the attitude of Northern Plains' superforce, Gong Clan. Due to Destiny's Song, Southern Border's immortals were weakened. They were dispirited. In contrast, Celestial Court's side was filled with pride. They recovered and recovered from their injuries. Destiny Song's power was very comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could differentiate between friend and foe. This was something that the previous life could not compare to. At once, even Wu Shuai and the rest were restrained by the song. Only Di Zongsheng roared. As expected of the #1 legendary immemorial beast, he resisted the song and charged forward. Feng Zhouge looked at Di Zongsheng with rapt attention. Di Zongsheng's body was so huge that it covered heaven and earth. Just his dragon head was like a mountain. Feng Zhouge stood in front of the mountain. He was as tiny as an ant. But at the next moment, the song was focused on Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng felt like he had returned to the time when he was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave. He was trapped in a dark cage. He could not obtain freedom, no matter how much he wished or how much power he had. He could not free himself. Helpless, helpless. Di Zongsheng gradually stopped. It wanted to roar, it wanted to cry out, but it could only whimper in the end. The immortals were shocked. The scene in front of them was truly shocking. Feng Zhouge defeated Di Zongsheng in one move. This was the legendary immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength in the current world. In the previous life, it was able to fight against Duke Long at the end of his life. If the latter had not attacked Dragon Palace, it would not have been able to defeat Di Zongsheng so easily. This is Destiny's song that I created. I have just completed it. Everyone, please take a look. Feng Zhouge transmitted while singing. Destiny's song. Be it friend or foe, the immortals deeply engraved the name of this killer move in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny drifted from place to place, rising and falling. Who would not have a low point? Even Feng Yuan and the previous venerables had times when they were humble and weak. The Song of Destiny could bring the highs and lows of the fate of all living beings to themselves. When the time comes, heaven and earth will help, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Feng Zhouge's 9th song, Sound Path Immortal Rank 8 Killer Move, Song of Destiny. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely solemn. He actually managed to create the complete Song of Destiny. As expected of Feng Zhouge, Zhan Budu also let out a long sigh. When the news of the battle reached the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was naturally overjoyed. Feng Zhouge had always been in a state of enlightenment, so he volunteered to explore the River of Time. Qin Ding Ling was observing his fate, and when she saw his opportunity, she strongly recommended him. Fairy Myrtle thus secretly arranged for a Time Path Immortal Goo House to send Feng Zhouge into the River of Time. Fairy Myrtle believed Qin Ding Ling's words, and also thought highly of Feng Zhouge's potential. But she did not expect Feng Zhouge to give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. Just with this move, Feng Zhouge's battle strength soared. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Celestial Court wanted to repair Rank 9 Fate Goo and Snatch Fortune Completion Goo to refine Rank 10 Destiny Goo. Longevity Heaven had the same plan, but their target was slightly lower. They wanted to use the Incomplete Fate Goo to refine Rank 9 Destiny Goo. But neither side expected that before them, a Goo Immortal had already created the incomplete Immortal Goo recipe of Destiny Goo, an immortal killer move condensed into an immortal Goo recipe. The best example was Feng Yuan's Myriad Self Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo recipe to refine Myriad Self was derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was not an exaggeration to say that with just this move, Feng Zhouge's name would go down in history. As expected of a Dao Guardian with such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Ziwei felt that it was dazzling. She admitted her inferiority. "Father, you are amazing." Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open as she looked at Feng Zhouge's back. Admiration and love were overflowing. The young girl's heart was filled with pride and joy. Yes, Father has never disappointed me. Chapter 1956. Celestial Court Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. In the intense battle, Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year flying warship. He was too close. Almost at the same time he appeared, the daybreak swords flying around Myriad Year flying warship swarmed up and instantly engulfed Duke Long. Countless dragon tattoos appeared on Duke Long's body, blocking the fierce attacks of the swords. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 was just an imaginary number. It meant countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method that usually lurked on Duke Long's skin. Once he was attacked, it would activate automatically and did not require any thoughts from Duke Long. It was extremely convenient. Duke Long relied on this move to forcibly resist the attacks of the daybreak swords. Then he clasped his hands into a fist. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Boom! The Dragon Hammer's heavy strike directly sent Myriad Year flying warship flying. Myriad Year flying warship was repelled and suddenly stopped. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed like countless broken glass shards. Each of these glass shards was incomparably sharp. Whenever they collided with Myriad Year flying warship, deep marks would be left on it, and a large number of goo worms would be destroyed. And Fang Yuan, who was standing at the bow of the ship, had a bloody wound on his cheek because of this. This was Tsang Xianzi's work. He used space path killer moves to set up formless traps all over the battlefield. They were extremely powerful. But this scene only flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It had not happened yet. This was Time Path Killer Move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. 3 Breaths Future Vision was an investigative killer move from Hei Fan's True Inheritance. It could allow Goo Immortals to see their own future within 3 breaths of time. With the amplification of the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, its power had increased by 1,500 times. Thus it could be used in battles with experts on the level of Duke Long. However, because this move was essentially only rank 7, it was not effective every time. Sometimes it was effective, sometimes it was ineffective. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. Duke Long suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year flying warship, just like the investigative killer move 3 breaths later. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He controlled Myriad Year flying warship to move away, brushing past the invisible space path trap. What a pity! Tsang Xianzi saw this and felt extremely regretful. Fang Yuan was so close to activating the space path trap. She floated in the air without making any obvious movements, but in the dark, space path traps were being formed and laid out. After fighting with Fang Yuan for such a long time, the battle experience that had been slumbering in the depths of her memory came back to life, and Tsang Xianzi's methods started to become more and more experienced. Over 300,000 years ago, after Tsang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus, Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement. She moved to Celestial Court and lived a peaceful life, almost never taking action. But before that, Tsang Xianzi's name and status as a primordial legend were all fought for by her own hands. Fang Yuan rode on Myriad Year flying warship and dodged while looking at Tsang Xianzi from afar. Although Tsang Xianzi's battle strength was recovering, her fighting style was very clear. She retained the habits of an immemorial desolate plant. She tended to stay in one place and attack from afar, using space path methods to pull apart the distance between herself and the enemy before setting up space path traps. From this fighting style, one could see her temperament. She liked to wait patiently until the end. But at the same time, this also meant that she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Even though Tsang Xianzi's methods were still very mysterious, Fang Yuan had already started to understand Tsang Xianzi's foundation. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and unfathomable. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Duke Long in the previous life, and Duke Long's methods were mostly understood by Fang Yuan, Duke Long's fighting style was ever-changing, sometimes conservative, sometimes aggressive, sometimes attacking, sometimes dodging. It was hard to figure out what he was doing. This level of fighting was not just because of his battle experience, but also because of Duke Long's innate talent. For Fang Yuan, even though it was difficult to defeat Song Xianzi, there was hope. But to defeat Duke Long, he could not see any possibility of doing so, unless I can directly break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan had been searching for clues and analyzing it during the battle. But there was little effect. It was very difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move in the middle of a battle, compared to 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand more. But this killer move was even more untraceable. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to search for clues. According to his original plan, Steal Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but after testing it, Steal Life did not work. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something? Suddenly, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. However, just as he was about to delve deeper into the matter, he was interrupted by an incoming attack. Fang Yuan did not need to look to know that this was the Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board's attack. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House was indeed troublesome. It had no weaknesses. It was extremely fast, not inferior to Myriad Year flying warship, and its defense was also very solid. Fang Yuan could break through it by force. In a one-on-one battle, Demon Judgment Board was not Fang Yuan's match. It would take a lot of effort. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with Immortal Goo houses, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Fang Yuan was currently in the Immemorial Year monkey form. It was very compatible with Myriad Year flying warship. Once he turned into Theft Path Dao marks, his battle strength would fall by a lot. Duke Long and Song Xianzi would have a chance. What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that even if he transformed into the Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, he might not be able to hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if he hit it, he might not be able to steal the Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's luck path advantage had already been compensated by Qin Dingling, and Demon Judgment Board had Guyue Fangzheng, who countered Fang Yuan in terms of luck. Thus, theft path methods were not the correct way to change the situation. Fang Yuan, at this moment, Guyue Fangzheng, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complex feeling. To him, was Fang Yuan his blood brother? Not really. Fang Yuan's body had changed. His soul was also that of an otherworldly demon. Was he a stranger? Also not. Childhood and youth memories could not be erased. The two of them had been companions in the past. Was he angry? Yes. Fang Yuan toyed with him, disregarding his life and arranging for him to stay in Langya Blessed Land. He definitely had a sinister scheme. Was it hatred? Of course. Fang Yuan slaughtered his own clansmen. It was the shadow and nightmare of Fangzheng's childhood. Then what else? After experiencing so many things, Fangzheng started to understand Fang Yuan. Sometimes he even admired Fang Yuan. In the world, one had no choice. Fangzheng gradually understood his own incompetence. He had self-awareness. The so-called a great aptitude was just a form of narcissism. Fangzheng was already maturing, other than understanding and admiration. Fangzheng even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was thankful to Fang Yuan for the setbacks, the pain, and the hardships he had gone through. These were all wealth. They helped Fangzheng grow until now. If not for the chaos of war in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fangzheng have fused the cultivation experiences of Demon Judgment Board Lord and created the killer move Bloodkin Vengeance? In the past, Fang Zheng had dreamed of this day. He would be able to fight Fang Yuan and take revenge personally. But now that the moment had truly arrived, Fang Zheng's emotions were very different from what he had expected. He did not feel the joy of revenge, but he felt gratification. His emotions were very complex, very complex. Duke Long, Tsang Xianzi, Fang Zheng, and Qin Dingling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's expression became increasingly solemn as he fell into the encirclement. As Duke Long grew stronger, Celestial Court's Gu immortals cooperated better and better. Fang Yuan's thoughts were all used to maintain the battle. His judgment of the entire situation was slipping, be it activating killer moves or controlling myriad-year flying warship. They were extremely taxing on his mind. Fang Yuan had to take care of the overall situation. He had to look after all the battles and secretly influence the Gu immortals of the other regions. In fact, Duke Long and the rest were the same. As the battle became more intense, they activated their killer moves more frequently. The stronger the killer move, the more steps it would take, and the more Gu worms it would involve, the more thoughts and concentration they would have to expend. If Fairy Myrtle recovers, be it joining the battle or taking care of the overall situation, it would be disadvantageous to me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already learned of the latest battle situation on Harryfoot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you rebirth, it is useless. Use all your methods. It will be too late if you don't. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had also learned of the latest battle situation. In Emperor City battlefield, he lost his clone Fang Di Chang. Divine Beam Palace defected to the enemy. In Harryfoot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jioge appeared and used Destiny Song with unparalleled power. Even Di Zongxing fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not just fighting with Duke Long and the rest. He was fighting with the millions of years of accumulation of Celestial Court. The outside world was not worth relying on. All the pressure was shifted onto Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp like lightning. I can't hold back anymore. Since the start of the battle, he had not found a flaw in Duke Long's defense. But now that he was forced by the situation, even if there was no flaw, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad-year flying warship rapidly rose into the air and pulled apart the distance. Fang Yuan started to prepare his killer move. Duke Long did not chase. He hovered in the air and looked up. His expression was like he was facing a great enemy. He did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Tsang Xianzi breathed in deeply. He was extremely vigilant. Qin Dingling, Fang Zheng, and Fairy Myrtle, who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield, were also focused. They stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Even Bing Saichuan, who was crazily destroying the Refinement Path formation and attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, diverted a portion of his attention to observe Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone knew that the outcome of the following battle was likely to determine the outcome of the entire battle. Immortal killer move, 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 immemorial year beasts and used this already exposed method. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac battle formation did not condense into a giant monster. It turned into a shining golden ship rudder. The ship rudder was like a wheel. It had 6 axles and 12 handles on the surface of the ship rudder. Each handle had 12-year beast carvings with different expressions. The 12 Zodiac battle formation flew into myriad-year flying warship and rapidly fused into one. The surface of myriad-year flying warship, which was originally shining with silver light, suddenly shone with a golden silhouette that was like sand. It was ever-changing. The golden silhouette turned into a coiling golden dragon at times, a giant tiger at times, a rooster that was singing loudly at times, and a charging bull at times. The 12 immemorial year beasts and myriad-year flying warship had perfectly fused together. Fang Yuan's previous concept was displayed in front of everyone at this moment. He actually perfectly fused the ancient battle formation and the immortal goo house together. Qin Dingling's eyes opened wide. Fang Zheng watched in a daze. Amazing talent. Even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen such a scene. This was the first time in history. Although ancient battle formations and immortal goo houses were both immortal killer moves in essence, no one had succeeded in fusing these two killer moves before Fang Yuan. Be careful, it is attacking. Song Xianzi shouted with a trace of panic on her face. Myriad-year flying warship's aura was so terrifying that even she was shocked. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad-year flying warship charged down, piercing through layers of air along the way and emitting shrill sonic booms. It was an outstanding rank 8 immortal goo house to begin with, and after fusing with the ancient 12 zodiac battle formation, it even had the strength to fight against Duke Long. After the two fused together, their battle strength overlapped and became even more fearsome. Duke Long growled as he activated a chi wall. Myriad-year flying warship's momentum paused for a moment before it directly broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long's brows furrowed as he activated the chi wall again. Myriad-year flying warship broke another chi wall without a doubt. Duke Long rebuilt again. Myriad-year flying warship broke again. After breaking 5 chi walls in a row, Myriad-year flying warship's momentum was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan sneered. Immortal killer move, Myriad-year hunting. At the next moment, the phantom river of time below Myriad-year flying warship suddenly expanded. Countless year beasts surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. The year beast army that filled the sky charged towards the immortal graveyard like a tsunami that was about to devour everything. There were countless year beasts in the army, including a large number of ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were not rare either. More terrifyingly, these year beasts obeyed Fang Yuan's commands like they were his own arms. Terrifying. With just this move, Fang Yuan can deal with any superforce in the world by himself. Is he trying to summon all the year beasts in the river of time? This is almost a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that Red Lotus method is to summon past goo immortal experts, while Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the river of time. But isn't myriad year hunting only used to lure year beasts? I can't control them. This is the qualitative change after the fusion of 12 zodiac battle formation. Celestial Quartz side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were indeed peerlessly powerful. Just the first one was already able to display such overwhelming might. Duke Long, Zhang Xianzi, and the rest felt troubled. This year beast army was too huge, and Fang Yuan was still summoning them endlessly. Where was his limit? The year beast army spread out and attacked every corner of Celestial Quartz side, which lacked manpower, found it even harder to defend. Zhang Xianzi gritted his teeth as he activated Space Path killer moves, trying to kill as many year beasts as possible to relieve the pressure. Be careful! Suddenly Duke Long shouted. Zhang Xianzi seemed to have seen the phantom of a small blade. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. She had just reacted when she was hit. How can this be so fast? I had already set it up. Zhang Xianzi looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Her body froze as a bloody hole appeared on her forehead. The wound was filled with dense time path Dao marks. Even a legendary immemorial beast's self-healing ability could not heal it. Immortal killer move. Time cutting edge. This was a super method that originated from Central Continent's Bo clan. Once this blade was used, it would never miss. It would hit its target and kill all who got hit. It had once caused the whole of Central Continent to tremble in fear. The killer move's content was extremely complex and varied. Among the methods that Fang Yuan had, it was undoubtedly the most complex. What was even more ridiculous was that it had a strict activation condition. The activation time could not be more than 3 breaths. Thus, every time Fang Yuan used it, he would need to use the supplementary killer move, Shrink Time. Its aftereffects were also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of its information would disappear. It was like an eraser. While erasing a strong enemy, it also expended itself. After hitting Tsang Xianzi, Fang Yuan's mind went blank. Most of his memories regarding Time Cutting Edge had become blurry. At this rate, after I hit Duke Long again, I will lose this move completely. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He glanced at Duke Long subconsciously. Duke Long took a few steps back. Boom! With a loud sound, Tsang Xianzi fell to the ground. She returned to her original form in the air, turning into a huge green vine. This green vine had once supported heaven and earth. It was extremely eye-catching like a heavenly pillar, but now it was lying on the immortal graveyard, motionless and without any aura. The immortal graveyard suffered from this attack. The damage was far greater than all the previous attacks, but Duke Long could not care about this. His gaze was like lightning. He stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Time Cutting Edge was amplified by at least 1,500 times. He needed to be fully focused to defend against it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing's mouth was wide open as he looked at the vast heaven vine on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, Qin Dingling's body was stiff like a stone statue. If that move hit Demon Judgment Board, could we have blocked it? The two had similar questions in their minds. They did not have the confidence to say we could. This move was too powerful. After one move, Tsang Xianzi's life and death were unknown. Her aura was almost non-existent. Don't be intimidated by him. When he used this move, he was using the aura of myriad year hunting as a concealment. Just by using this move, the aura will be huge. It cannot be concealed. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle's words echoed in the battlefield, as expected of a Wisdom Path great expert. Fang Yuan snorted. His weakness was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased up a little, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan left Myriad Year, flying warship, and flew down alone. He is going all out. Instantly, Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal killer move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal killer move. Immemorial Sword Dragon. Roar. Fang Yuan instantly turned into a giant dragon. Rank 6 and 7 were dragons, while rank 8 were dragons. Immemorial Sword Dragon. The dragon body was over 100 meters long. The dragon horns on its head were like 2 sharp spears. Its eyes were silver white. Its dragon scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. Fang Yuan's Dao marks had all turned into Sword Path Dao marks. And Sword Path, everyone knew that this path's advantage was offense. Chapter 1957. Roar. The ancient giant dragon that dominated the sky let out a long roar, swung its tail, and swam its body. Its speed was so fast that it left a faint white afterimage where it stood. Boom. With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was hit by a huge impact. It fell down like a meteor. Duke Long quickly came to reinforce it. Fang Yuan snickered as his dragon body flew into the sky, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot again. In the sky, he went from extreme movement to extreme stillness. His aura burst out. Immortal killer move, triple sword wave. An offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1,500 times. Its power was completely different from before. Huge waves surged, toppling the world. Every drop of silvery white spray was the power of the Sword Dao, dazzling and sharp to the extreme. The sword wave did not charge at Demon Judgment Board, nor did it target Duke Long. It charged at the immortal graveyard. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's main target was still the immortal graveyard. Duke Long gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to use self-moving dragon Qi Wall again. The Qi Wall blocked the sword wave, but it only lasted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing. Duke Long grunted. Blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using Qi Wall, but the overwhelming sword wave had already reached the immortal graveyard. Earlier, Celestial Court could defend with ease because of Tsung Xianzi's space path methods. He could widen the distance between them. This gave Duke Long ample time to continue using Qi Wall to defend. But now, Tsung Xianzi had no aura. He was lying on the ground like a corpse, without the protection of space path methods. Duke Long could not activate Qi Wall in time. Duke Long was not rank 9. He had the same cultivation level as Fang Yuan. They were both rank 8. But Fang Yuan's Tao marks far surpassed him. Duke Long could only rely on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But, regretfully, even though Duke Long was getting stronger, there was still a gap between him and Fang Yuan, especially when Fang Yuan truly unleashed his full strength and displayed his strongest attack. No dash. Duke Long let out a sorrowful roar as he watched the sword wave sweep across the tomb and wash away everything. Any Gu immortal sleeping in the immortal graveyard had no way to resist. They were turned into dregs by the sword wave. Even the massive body of the firmament vine, which was lying on the ground, was being melted by the extremely sharp sword wave, shrinking rapidly. During the entire process, Tsung Xianzi did not wake up at all. It seemed like he was really in danger. The demon judgment board quickly rose into the air, but Fang Zheng was already stunned. He really did it. He's destroying the immortal tomb. Immortal tomb. Compared to Fang Zheng, people like Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling had a bigger reaction. They were veteran rank 8s, true members of the Celestial Court. The immortal graveyard was not just an important place of the Celestial Court, it was also their spiritual sacred ground. But now, it was desecrated by Fang Yuan. Countless predecessors of the Celestial Court who were sleeping inside were killed like chickens without any resistance. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling screamed in agony. We have let down our seniors. With a loud sound, old man Zheng Yuan knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, sobbing uncontrollably. Fairy Myrtle felt her entire body was empty. The immortal graveyard was heavily damaged. As the leader of the Celestial Court, she had an undeniable responsibility. It's me. I did not do it well. 2 lines of regretful tears flowed down from Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, light shook intensely. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable's silhouette, wanted to make a move, but she was obstructed by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. She could only watch as Fang Yuan massacred the members of the Celestial Court and destroyed the immortal graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation's silhouette's face. Her gaze was cold as ice as she stared at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Very good indeed. Back then, when I attacked the Celestial Court, I also wanted to destroy the immortal graveyard. But because the variant humans were too huge back then, for the sake of humanity, I did not make a move. Humph. Even if you destroy the immortal graveyard and the whole of the Celestial Court, as long as you do not destroy Fate Gu, Providence favors us, Central Continent can still establish a second Celestial Court, a third, or even a fourth immortal graveyard. Star Constellation's silhouette retorted. That's right. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette sighed. Fate Gu is the root of your Celestial Court. If you cannot destroy it, no matter how many members of your Celestial Court are sacrificed, it will not matter. In fact, the more you suffer, the more valiant you become. You will get rid of the old and send in new blood. You will get closer to the tides of the new era. Eras were constantly changing. Gu immortal cultivation was also constantly developing. The prosperity and weakness of Qi path and strength path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had left behind the immortal graveyard because of this consideration. Leaving behind the eliminated Chi path and strength path Gu immortals was better than destroying the celestial court and allowing the celestial court to rebound, allowing a large number of rule path, wisdom path, and other Gu immortals to emerge and be absorbed by the celestial court. Now, I am very curious. After the immortal graveyard is destroyed by Feng Yuan, how long can your side last? Limitless Silhouette smiled. Star Constellation's silhouette could no longer remain calm. You are ignoring the big picture. You are abandoning the great cause of humanity. You are unworthy of being the venerable of humanity. Limitless Silhouette sneered. Back then, my main body was restrained by this reason, but now, hasn't humanity's great cause been realized? It was time for the human race to pursue greater things. You should know what I mean. Star Constellation's silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Feng Yuan, I will pull out your tendons, flay your skin, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Duke Long roared at the sky. The anger and hatred in his heart had accumulated to the limit. He charged at Feng Yuan without any regard for his own safety. Feng Yuan directly dodged. He did not compete with Duke Long, activating 3 layers of sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The immortal graveyard was completely covered. The sword wave even dug 3 feet into the ground, not letting a single slumbering immortal escape. The millions of years of accumulation of the celestial court was destroyed in an instant. Ah! Duke Long's hair was disheveled, his face was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spew fire. Every time Feng Yuan attacked the immortal graveyard, it cleansed his heart. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Immortal killer move, Dragon Descendants. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared in anger. The purple dragon scales on his body moved and mixed with Duke Long's blood, turning into Dragon Man Gu immortals. They had their own names, they had their own appearances and methods. There were rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8 Dragon Men. Even though Duke Long was not an enslavement path Gu immortal, he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move. It contains the profundity of human path. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He mocked. Duke Long, back then, you slaughtered the Dragon Man race to refine them into a killer move. Ha ha! What difference is there between your actions and demonic path Gu immortals? You disregarded human relations. You trampled on your bloodline and kinship. Not only did you kill your descendants, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Facing Feng Yuan's accusation, Duke Long did not retort. His eyes flashed with deep sorrow as he attacked Feng Yuan again. At the same time, the Dragon Man Gu immortals that he created were like flowers blooming. They spread out and defended against the sword wave and the countless year beasts. At Duke Long's level, he truly had no shortcomings. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Celestial Court. Demon Judgment Board rampaged around, creating a path of blood in the Year Beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Dingling and Fang Zheng were both silent. The dragon descendants that Duke Long summoned were indeed Dragon Man. Feng Yuan's accusation was not wrong. It was no wonder that Duke Long rarely used this move. He had no choice but to use it now. He was forced into a corner by Feng Yuan. Many Dragon Man, Gu immortals surrounded the immemorial sword dragon. Feng Yuan snickered in his mind. Sword Wave triple layered had already been activated. He activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. At once, the sword dragon's body turned hazy. Each of its scales emitted a warm yellow light. Suddenly, a golden thread shot out from the dragon scales. The number of dragon scales on the immemorial sword dragon's body corresponded to the number of golden threads that shot out at an incredible speed. The golden threads pierced through the air, destroying all obstructions along the way. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals were riddled with holes by the countless golden threads. Bam, bam, bam. These Dragon Man Goo immortals suffered such heavy injuries they could no longer maintain their bodies, they self-detonated and turned back into scales and blood pearls. Fong Yuan got rid of all the enemies around him. The sword wave that he had just activated was still spreading. He moved his body and rode the wave. The immortal graveyard was already cleared. The biggest variable was eliminated. Now, Fong Yuan was targeting Duke Long. Song Xianzi was already lifeless. His vine body was in a terrible state. Demon Judgment Board could not resist Fong Yuan alone. As long as Duke Long fell, who could stop Fong Yuan? Immortal killer move, five-finger heart sword. The dragon claw clenched. Fong Yuan's aura fell to rock bottom. He was no longer a threat. Duke Long's mind was ringing with alarm. His body flew out as the purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered. His body flickered left and right, up and down. He dodged crazily. First sword. Fong Yuan's dragon eyes shined with a strange light. A sword light flew out of his dragon claw. Fast, fast, fast. The speed of the sword light was simply unimaginable. Duke Long had just seen Fong Yuan's dragon claw shoot out a bright light when he found that the sword light had already arrived in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body and twisted his body. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered. A huge wound extended from his left shoulder to his left chest. The wound was empty, be it his bones, dragon scales, or even a portion of his left lung. They were all gone. Five-finger heart sword was so terrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, he would have been sent flying. Since the battle started, Duke Long felt the threat of death for the first time. This was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Duke Long roared loudly. His body moved like lightning as he charged towards Fong Yuan like a raging gale. Fong Yuan could not help but praise in his heart. Five-finger heart swords, every slash was the process of accumulating strength. Duke Long saw through this weakness with one glance. He took the chance to attack fearlessly. Fong Yuan's dragon body turned and retreated, trying to pull some distance away from Duke Long. Chapter 1958. Fong Yuan transformed into the immemorial sword dragon and also had the advantage of speed. Duke Long chased for a while, but found that he could not shorten the distance between them. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate suddenly appeared. Two giant red pillars had giant dragons coiling around them. The giant dragons wriggled as their upper bodies left the pillars and converged at the center, forming a gate. The giant dragons opened their mouths, and a pearl shone brightly in the middle, forming a pattern of two dragons playing with a pearl. Two dragon gates appeared at the same time, one in front of Duke Long and the other behind Fong Yuan. Duke Long stepped into the dragon gate in front of him and disappeared. At the next moment, he appeared in the dragon gate behind Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had a bad feeling and quickly dodged, but Duke Long used chi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay him. Immortal killer move, chaotic dragon fist. At the next moment, Duke Long punched the immemorial sword dragon's head and punched wildly, sending Fong Yuan crashing into the immortal graveyard from the sky. Bam! The immemorial sword dragon fiercely smashed into the ground, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly. The immemorial sword dragon raised its head with difficulty, but its claw that was clenched into a fist did not fall apart. Instead, it shot out a second sword light. Five-finger fist, heart sword. Second sword strike. Duke Long was already on guard. The moment Fong Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and jumped onto Fong Yuan's dragon back. The second sword strike missed and brushed past the dragon's body, piercing through the sky and forming a hole. Five-finger fist, heart, sword's sword light was extremely fast, but it could not make any turns. Duke Long might not be able to block the sword light, but he could dodge it. Dodging the sword light might be difficult, but He could judge the timing of Fang Yuan's sword light based on Fang Yuan's movements and dodge in advance. Without a doubt, the five-finger fist heart sword was an extremely powerful killing technique. Its power was peerless, and compared to the time cutter, it had a huge advantage. It would not forget itself. However, under Duke Long's clear strategy, the five-finger fist heart sword was unable to achieve any results. It even caused the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into to suffer from Duke Long's close combat. In the short span of a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan had already suffered countless heavy blows from the dragon fist. The strongest was never any immortal Gu or killer move, but the Gu immortal. The most ideal time to use the five-finger fist heart sword was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan and Duke Long were quite a distance away from each other, so he could attack from a distance. He was in an invincible position. Even if Duke Long's reflexes were extremely sharp, it would still be difficult for him to parry. Every sword strike could put him in the grave threat of death. However, when Duke Long engaged in close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstruction of the sword light and Duke Long's protective umbrella. Looking back at the battle, in a way, it could be said that Duke Long had used Dragon Gate to break Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword. Without distance, there was no space to use the five-finger fist heart sword. Thus, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using the five-finger fist heart sword and switched to the golden thread sword killer move. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales start to flicker with yellow light and immediately retreated, using Dragon Gate again to retreat far away. Countless golden threads covered every inch of space around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had once again pulled away from Duke Long, and he could continue using the five-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long was in a dangerous situation. He had no choice but to approach Fang Yuan again in an attempt to engage him in close combat. When he engaged Fang Yuan in close combat, Fang Yuan would have to stop using the five-finger fist heart sword killer move and use other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has actually modified the five-finger fist heart sword to such an extent. Casually canceling the killer move does not cause any backlash. Perhaps I should say that he has separated each sword into individual parts. Duke Long thought quickly. Five-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could the Celestial Court not know about it? Duke Long naturally knew a lot. If Fang Yuan did not modify it, he would definitely be targeted. Duke Long's Dao marks were inferior to Fang Yuan's, so it was difficult for him to use a defensive killer move to resist Fang Yuan's various sword Dao methods. His best choice was to dodge. Thankfully, in terms of battle experience, he was far more experienced than Fang Yuan. And most importantly, as long as he did not die, as his lifespan decreased, he would continue to grow stronger. Five-finger fist heart sword has been modified by me and can be cancelled at will. But the thoughts involved have increased greatly, causing me to be unable to use other offensive methods when fighting with Duke Long. Also, Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was anxious. Earlier, he could suppress Duke Long and Sang Xianzi because of his tactical advantage. When Fang Yuan attacked the immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court had no choice but to defend and take a beating. But now that the immortal graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, there might still be some slumbering Gu immortals left, but Duke Long no longer had any burdens or restraints. Thus, Duke Long could advance and retreat at will. He immediately displayed his original battle strength and style. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long. The two inevitably fell into a deadlock. Duke Long was happy to see this situation, but it was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, with a turn of his dragon head, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought, Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall rumbled with a grand aura. Every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors that looked like Fang Yuan. They were all wielding swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. This move was created by Fang Yuan after he advanced to Human Path Grandmaster. It contained the profundities of Sword Path and Human Path. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered this killer move. He quickly retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape, crashing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the Refinement Path formation with ease. Inside the tower, Chi Ci Lang was struggling with all his might against the faint green light on his body. Duke Long was pale with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board did its best to block him. In the end, Fang Yuan's dragon claw sent it flying. At this crucial moment, a song descended on the battlefield, coiling around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his condition deteriorating, as if he had returned to the lowest point of his life, being controlled by others, unable to express his talents and ambitions. Without freedom, his future was bleak. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly arrived and blocked Fang Yuan. Good job, Feng Zhuge. Fairy Myrtle. At the crucial moment, Feng Zhuge's destiny song successfully interfered with Fang Yuan, and the one who guided him in was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle opened Central Heaven Gate. This immortal goo house was the entrance of Celestial Court. It had the ability to differentiate and teleport, but it was not as large and convenient as a teleportation formation. Destiny's song continued to play. Fang Yuan's battle strength fell sharply, while Duke Long's battle strength continued to rise. Boom, boom, boom. The immemorial sword dragon was forced back by Duke Long, unable to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Fang Yuan had fallen into such a disadvantage. Without a choice, he stopped all his sword path killer moves and started to prepare reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long saw that he was retreating and his aura was rising. He immediately knew that he was preparing another killer move. How could he give him a chance? Duke Long roared repeatedly. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi surrounded his body as he chased after Fang Yuan and attacked fiercely, creating a storm of attacks. The immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into had its skin and flesh torn. Dragon scales flew and blood splattered. More terrifyingly, Duke Long's chaotic dragon fist could disrupt his thoughts, causing his killer move activation to fail. At this difficult moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that he had stored. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was very wary. He quickly dodged and restrained his attacks. Fang Yuan finally had a chance to breathe and activate reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw this seal. The opportunity earlier was very good, but he did not make use of it. He had fought with Fang Yuan for so many rounds. He had already seen through Fang Yuan's fighting style. Fang Yuan used a transformation path killer move to transform into an immemorial beast or plant, while also transforming his Dao marks into the same path. With such a foundation, any killer move would have a much stronger power. Even a rank 7 killer move could threaten a rank 8. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was hard to imagine that he had cultivated and accumulated to such an extent in less than 100 years. Even with a venerable inheritance, it was shocking. Duke Long believed, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, he would definitely reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery had created a huge momentum. Fang Yuan had no choice but to attack Celestial Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to use some exquisite and terrifying methods to defeat most enemies in the world, but against an existence like Duke Long, these methods were far from enough. He needed a strong and stable combat system with trump cards. Just like Duke Long's transformation path, and Chi Path methods, they formed two different combat systems. 9 Dragon Protection was a strong defense. Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting. Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were used for offense. These 4 methods covered close combat, mid-range, and long-range combat. Among them, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer had the power to break through all obstacles with a single strike. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were normal movement methods, while long-range teleportation had the outstanding killer move Dragon Gate. There were also Dragon Descendants to make up for the lack of group attack methods. And the strongest method of this combat system was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for Chi Path, there were Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Giant Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors as offensive killer moves. Compared to Transformation Path, these offensive methods were much more effective at long range. The Purple Gold Dragon Form Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so outstanding that it helped Duke Long in all aspects. Of course, the most important thing was movement. Reverse Insect Dragon was almost specially prepared to deal with battlefield killer moves. And this Chi Path trump card killer move was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's 2 combat systems took into account offense, defense, movement, and many other aspects. They had no weaknesses or gaps. What was even more precious was that these 2 combat systems could complement each other. For example, Transformation Path offensive methods were stronger in close combat and mid-range combat, but weaker in long-range combat. Chi Path offensive methods were the exact opposite. In comparison, trump cards were not needed. 1 or 2 of each set of these methods were enough. In a real battle, the most practical methods were still those normal killer moves. For example, even though Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, he had not used it since the start of the fight with Fong Yuan. The entire battle was intense. Fong Yuan was not an idiot. Duke Long did not have the chance to use it. Chapter 1959. How many combat systems did Fong Yuan have? From Duke Long's current observations, Fong Yuan only had 2 mature combat systems. One was Time Path, the other was Sword Path. Time Path was the most comprehensive system. It had 3 breaths of future vision, Year Beast Summoning, Myriad Year Flying Warship, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, Autumn Hair Coat, as well as Spring Plowing, Summer Mowing, Autumn Harvesting, Winter Storage, and other killer moves. It covered both combat and management. It had 2 trump cards. One was Time Cutting Edge paired with Shrink Time. The other was Spring and Autumn Success with Spring Autumn Cicada. As for Sword Path, it had Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Sword Wave Triple Layered, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and the trump card was 5 Finger Fist Heart Sword. This system was strong in terms of offense. It was superior to Time Path, especially when Fong Yuan modified 5 Finger Fist Heart Sword. But it was lacking in other aspects. Movement and healing were overshadowed by Duke Long's system. This became a shortcoming. In front of a strong enemy like Duke Long with extremely rich battle experience, these shortcomings became weaknesses. They dragged down the offensive power of the entire Sword Path system. Other than these 2 systems, Fong Yuan had many Chi Path methods, but in Duke Long's view, they were not comprehensive. Unlimited Chi C was clearly a trump card. It was powerful enough to break the primordial Chi Wall, but it had not been used again after being used once. It seemed that the chances of using it again were low. In terms of Soul Path, Duke Long knew that Fong Yuan had many methods. His trump card was undoubtedly Luo Pasil. But Celestial Court and Duke Long were already prepared in this aspect. Fong Yuan had not used any Soul Path methods since the start of the battle. It was a wise move. Other than these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path Giant Hand was Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, lead soul into dream, pure dream reality seeker transformation, and swap soul in dream were dream path killer moves. These methods were powerful, but they were all independent and one-sided like large pearls. A mature combat system was like a pearl necklace. The methods complemented each other, linked together like small pearls. In terms of overall value, the latter was superior. Against most Gua mortals in the world, Feng Yuan could use the pearls to change the situation and obtain victory. But against Duke Long, Feng Yuan's overall disadvantage would be exposed. Feng Yuan, what you lack is time. I believe you have noticed it already. Unfortunately, a mature system requires hundreds of years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. Even if you use all sorts of predecessors' inheritances to mature it, it is not perfect. He activated Spiraling Dragon Feng Killer, move to attack Feng Yuan from afar, but he was blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Duke Long was not dejected. Even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very powerful, it lacked a mature system to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended reverse flow river water. Even though Feng Yuan tried to save it after rebirth, how could he endure such an intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used Reverse Flow River as the main body. It had shocking defensive strength and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Feng Yuan. It showed his immense talent. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan lacked a stable combat system that could use this trump card. For example, a supplementary defensive killer move that could reduce external attacks, a killer move that could increase the power of the reflected attacks, or a method to heal Reverse Flow River itself. To make an inappropriate analogy, the Reverse Current Protection Seal was like a delicious fish. Even though it was delicious when eaten raw, if it was combined with salt, it could be turned into dried salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was combined with sugar, ginger, onion, garlic, or other supplementary ingredients, it could be used to make all sorts of delicacies that were even more delicious. Compared to the Celestial Court, compared to Duke Long, Feng Yuan's accumulation was still not enough. He fell into a predicament unavoidably. Duke Long attacked again and again, resisting the backlash of Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he forcefully weakened Reverse Flow River's reserves. His healing methods were also very impressive. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's Destiny Song continued to shroud Feng Yuan. Destiny Song fluctuated between strong and weak, activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. The profundity of the song was even greater than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Even with the seal, Feng Yuan was still weakened by Destiny Song, just to a lesser extent. To make matters worse, Destiny Song was not only weakening Feng Yuan, but it was also helping Duke Long's battle prowess sword, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. He whistled through the air, and he had the upper hand. His attacks were like raging waves, extremely ferocious. Feng Yuan canceled his primordial sword dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The saber dragon's body was huge. If the Reverse Current Protection Seal covered it, it would suffer more attacks and consume more energy. It was not as stable as a human body. Using the pure dream reality seeker physique, Feng Yuan continued to counterattack. But very quickly, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also targeted. They exploded one by one and turned into dream realms. His realm had transformed into a new pure dream reality seeker physique and fought for the Celestial Court. It was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle had not only brought Feng Jioge back through the Central Heavenly Gate, but also Feng Kim Hong. With her around, Feng Yuan's dream path methods would be greatly restrained. As expected, all of Feng Yuan's dream path methods were being countered. Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life, she used the Immortal Formation's help to unleash an immortal-level dream path killer move, and spoiled my plans. Now that she is in the celestial court, is she using an immortal formation or an immortal goo house to target me? Fang Yuan really wanted to find the exact location to attack Feng Kim Hong, but he had no choice now. He could not even get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and the distance between them was getting further and further, because the ones dealing with him were Duke Long and Feng Jioga. The old and new Dao Guardians worked together at this moment. As for Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling, who were on Demon Judgment Board, they could not interfere anymore. They started to deal with the rampaging year beasts and swordsmen. Celestial Court's main forces also returned to Celestial Court from the battlefield of Harryfoot Mountain through Central Heavenly Gate, participating in the cleanup. The year beasts and swordsmen were not their match. They lost one after another. Calamity Luck Altar was the main target of Celestial Court's main forces. Some even flew back to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Chi Si Lang could not move freely. He was in a dangerous situation. Oh no! Celestial Court's main forces have retreated. Doesn't that mean infallible blessed land has lost its use? Celestial Court has enough success Dao marks. They will be able to repair fate in an instant. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Bad news came one after another. The situation was getting worse and more dangerous. Fairy Myrtle quickly used the killer move Impartial Treatment. His reverse flow protection seal is about to shatter. Duke Long transmitted, urging, yes. At this moment, Fairy Myrtle's injuries had already stabilized. She could fight again. She activated the immortal goo house and flew into the sky. Her vision included Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Jioga. Immortal killer move. Impartial treatment. Impartial treatment has succeeded. Fang Yuan cannot escape this calamity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Well done, Ziwei. Duke Long laughed loudly. His attacks became even more berserk. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. It is useless, Fang Yuan, no matter how much you persevere. You will lose in the end. Fairy Myrtle smiled, but at the next moment, she heard a female voice. Is that so? Who is that? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. This voice was both familiar and strange. She was very surprised. She had never sensed the presence of other goo immortals around her. What are you looking for? I am you. Fairy Myrtle was extremely shocked. She found that she was actually answering her own question. What is going on? I am not being controlled anymore. My soul. There is a problem with my soul. Suddenly, eerie light shined in her eyes. It spread rapidly and covered the whites of her eyes, turning them dark and eerie. Even though Fairy Myrtle resisted and struggled with all her might, she could not do anything. In her final moment of clarity, she suddenly realized she was being controlled by Spectral Soul. Every soul search was actually modifying her soul. Spectral Soul's methods were too profound. She could not detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by Spectral Soul's strength. All of the decisions that she made before the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention were secretly influenced by Spectral Soul. But initially, Spectral Soul's interference was very little. Towards the middle stage, this kind of influence increased. Right now, he could even create some sort of illusion in Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle did not use impartial treatment earlier, but she thought she succeeded. She even informed Duke Long. Maybe in the previous life, I was also corroded by Spectral Soul like this. Even though I used impartial treatment, I did not truly activate it. This was Fairy Myrtle's final conscious thought. At the next moment, she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with black light as she looked at the battlefield quietly. Her lips curled up into an eerie smile. While maintaining the central heavenly gate and keeping it open, she concealed herself and quietly arrived at the Soul Suppression Hall. She was the clearest about the arrangements here. She quickly made her move, removing all the restraints and freeing Spectral Soul. Ziwei welcomes the Lord. She knelt down on both knees. There was no trace of the pride of a celestial court member. Her face was filled with reverence towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul ball as he floated in front of Fairy Myrtle. Let us go out and watch a good show. Fairy Myrtle held the soul ball with both hands as she walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong Wu Shuai and the rest also appeared in Celestial Court's battlefield. What's going on? Where is Fairy Myrtle? Duke Long was furious. Central Heaven Gate was still activated. It actually transported these enemies here. Duke Long could not contact Fairy Myrtle. His heart sank. He wanted to destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this time, Fong Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger. He could only block Fong Yuan and give up on his original plan. Gu Immortals walked out of Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. To think that Celestial Court would be like this. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven Overseeing Tower is there. Follow me. Chapter 1960. Come, take a look. This is high-quality silk. Tong Hulu, 3 skewers for 1 skewer. Sir, what do you need? In a shop that sold goo worms, a waiter welcomed Hong Yi with a warm expression. Hong Yi first looked at this waiter. Before carefully looking at the layout and decorations of the shop, he frowned inwardly. Everything is so lifelike. What is going on? I heard you sell scholar goo here? Hong Yi asked. Oh, yes. But Lord, this scholar goo is a rank 5 goo worm. The waiter was hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly, no longer concealing it. He released his rank 5 goo master aura, causing a commotion in the shop. The waiter was shocked. The shop manager was also attracted over. He cupped his fists and welcomed Hong Yi, personally taking out scholar goo for him to take a look. It is indeed scholar goo. Hong Yi looked at it carefully. His suspicions deepened. Can I test it? Sir, go ahead. The shop manager immediately lent scholar goo to Hong Yi. Hong Yi activated his primeval essence, injecting it into scholar goo. This scholar goo immediately broke free from Hong Yi's fingers, flying out and turning into a pale-faced scholar on the ground. The young scholar bowed to Hong Yi, saying respectfully, "Student pays respects to master." Hong Yi nodded, feeling great interest. This scholar goo was very rare. It was a human path goo worm. Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal goo and an information path mortal goo from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Try using them. The scholar received these 2 goo worms. He did not need to familiarize himself with them. He immediately used them and was very familiar with them, especially when it came to some small activation habits. It was as if Hong Yi was the one using them. Sir, what do you think? The shop manager smiled and asked. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Very good. I want this goo. The shop manager was overjoyed. Thank you, 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi could not help but raise his brows. This price was not expensive. It was simply too cheap. The price of a rank 5 mortal goo was between 100,000 and 1,000,000 yuan stone, but this kind of scholar goo was a very rare top-tier rank 5 goo. Its price had to be above 1,000,000 yuan stone, and there was no market for it. But here it was only sold for 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters. He was wealthy. He immediately paid for this scholar goo. Walking out of the shop, Hong Yi's heart was in turmoil. This place is like Emperor City, but isn't there a great battle between immortals around Emperor City? Here, people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. What's going on? Also, on the surface, this place looks no different from reality, but if you look closely, you will find a large number of human path goo worms here. Scholar goo was only one of them. Furthermore, these human path goo worms were gathered in such a large amount, but to these people, it was very normal. As for fire path, water path, and other paths goo worms, they were instead rare. It is like human path is the mainstream of Gu master cultivation here. It's really strange. I don't know what Brother Yi has found out about this time. Let's quickly meet up with him. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were chased into the painting by Genesis Lotus, they discussed and split up to explore this place. Yi Fan also discovered what Hong Yi discovered. But at this moment, in an alley by the side of the street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master! Yi Fan was shocked. He had also bought a human path rank 5 Gu worm from the shop. It was called Hero Gu. After leaving the shop, he went to a corner and secretly used it. It was different from when he used it in the shop. Hero Gu actually turned into his master's appearance. Don't be surprised. My disciple, it is fate that brought us together here. Lu Weiyin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood his meaning. He was overjoyed. Master, you know about the peculiarity of this place? What is this place? Why did we suddenly fall into this place? Lu Weiyin replied, leisurely. I have to start from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal venerable called Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move karma divine tree. When he was traveling in Western Desert, he rejected a child's request to revive his family. Thus he saw a certain scene in the future. Emperor City would be destroyed by an earth trench. All living beings would be wiped out. Thus, he buried Divine Bean Palace on the spot. After returning to Central Continent, he used the painting Path Killer move Contented Abode in Emperor City, creating a painting world. Because the two of you are connected by luck to Fong Yuan, your relationship is extremely close. Genesis Lotus is wary of you, thus he sent you here. It is equivalent to being sealed. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He could not react to this series of information. He was extremely shocked. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? And Master, when did I connect luck to Fong Yuan? That was Fong Yuan's doing. He wanted to use your luck to succeed. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Weiyin replied calmly. Fong Yuan connected luck to me. He wants to use my luck? Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan became Lu Weiyin's disciple. He had 1 foot in the world of Gu immortals. He knew far more secrets than Hong Yi. He was very clear what kind of person Fong Yuan was. He was an unparalleled demon. Even the celestial court was helpless against him. He actually had a relationship with him. This was simply a fantasy. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. You have strong luck from birth. Even though you are insignificant, you will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. There are less than 10 people with luck like yours in the entire 5 regions. It is not strange that Fong Yuan wants to use your luck. However, the heavenly Tao is very strict. He had once used your luck and obtained benefits from you. Now, you want to use him to obtain a huge immortal opportunity. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is only a part of it. What is in front of you now is Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Yi Fan exclaimed again. He suddenly understood, and his gaze towards Lu Weiyin changed. Master, you know all of this very well. That means you were the one who planned all of this. Ha, disciple, you think too highly of me. All of this is Lord Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor. Lu Weiyin said. Yi Fan heard of Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable's great name. He realized that he had also become a disciple of Paradise Earth's faction. But he did not feel joy. He was already numb from shock. Lu Weiyin waved at Yi Fan. Time is limited. Let's talk while walking. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the flow of people on the street and moved forward. Lu Weiyin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance is extremely valuable. It is split into 3 parts. The first part is this contented lifestyle killer move. The second is the luck of the son of human path. The third is the rank 8 immortal goo house created by Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Wei-yin paused before continuing. Of these 3 parts, we will take the second part first to make you the son of human path. Yi Fan asked, Master, what is the son of human path? What should I do? Lu Wei-yin answered, Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. It uses a sect system. Human path is the most prosperous and has the greatest accumulation. Emperor City has always been the greatest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein. Why are there so many talents here? It is because of human relations. As long as you absorb the strength of the human relations, it will greatly boost your luck. You will gain the favor of human path and become the son of human path. To do this, you will need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi? He is my sworn brother. How is this related to him? Yi Fan was shocked. Lu Wei-yin said, Fang Yuan is also connected to his luck, but his luck is different from yours. You are someone favored by the heavenly Tao, while he is one of the sons of human path in Central Continent. He is favored by human path. You can use his relationship to take advantage of the situation. Under Shun Shang's manipulation, you will gain the recognition of the human relations. With the identity of the son of human path, we can use Fang Yuan's strength to plot for the first part of the true inheritance, or even the third part. Divine Bean Palace painting. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice entered Fang Di Chang's ears intermittently. Fang Di Chang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree. He was activating Wisdom Path killer moves while thinking about how to escape when he heard this voice. It is Shun Shang's voice. He learned of my identity from my main body? Fang Di Chang hesitated. He had some guesses, but he did not answer immediately. Sure enough, Shun Shang's voice continued. Fang Di Chang, I have already learned of your true identity from your main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a method. He could plan a clone in a Western Desert superforce. I will help you escape now. Oh, how are you going to help me? Fang Di Chang was puzzled. Shun Shang smiled. You should know that I have been trying to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. I have already grasped the key. That's right. Fang Di Chang nodded. Shun Shang continued. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. I have been hiding and have not been discovered by Genesis Lotus Will, so I am still unraveling human path killer moves. Fang Di Chang asked directly, So what? Shun Shang explained patiently. This is a great opportunity. I have already gathered the human will of the 4 regions and infused them here. Originally, I could not interfere with Emperor City. I could not interfere with the venerable methods from the inside. I had to infiltrate silently. But now, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. You have refined Divine Bean Palace before. Your authority is just lower than Genesis Lotus Will. Right now, you have Karma Divine Tree Killer Move. You can use it to shake the entire immortal goo house and cooperate with me to spread the venerable methods to amplify everyone's power. This means you want me to cooperate with you to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. Fang Di Chang hit the nail on the head. Shun Shang smiled. We are helping each other. Chapter 1961. Celestial Quartz Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yong activated his killer move, but was attacked by the 3 main forces of Celestial Court. Wu Yong die. Prince's Impatience activated Endless Flames, pushing forward layer by layer while he hit at the back. Also surrounded by a sea of flames, he defended while attacking. He was very steady. Zhou Xiong Xian attacked from the back. 3 men forming Tiger Killer Move was activated. Tiger groups roared and pounced. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaozi used his killer move from afar. Green vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yong, trying to bind him. Wu Yong sighed to himself. he retreated back into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Using the immortal goo house, he resisted the attacks of the three immortals. But this also made his plan to approach heaven overseeing tower go up in smoke. The human path killer move's amplification on Celestial Court is too huge. Wait, this is... Just as Wu Yong was having a headache, specks of white light gathered on clear jade, dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building, and even entered his body. Human path killer move. Hope of the people. Human path killer move. Heroes among people. Ah. Inside the immortal goo house, the southern border goo immortals around Wu Yong screamed. This strength, this strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his hands and gasped in shock. Transformation path great expert Yi Haofeng was also bewildered. Why is Celestial Court's human path killer move helping us? This doubt was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed down on the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Shun Shang, you did not disappoint us. You did well. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had also received the amplification. His condition was rising rapidly. Duke Long's expression was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human. He did not receive the amplification of heroes among people. But Fang Yuan was different. When he returned to his human form, even if he was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo, he had a pure human identity. Boom. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan. What exactly is going on? Qin Dingling transmitted her voice and questioned old man Zheng Yuan. Elder Zheng Yuan did not die. He had moved out of the central basilica a long time ago and had been in charge of activating the method of humanity left behind by the venerable of the Middle Continent. At this moment, the old man hurriedly reported to Duke Long, Qin Dingling, and the others. There's a problem with Imperial Emperor City. Someone was playing tricks. He had infused the will of the other 4 regions into this place. Popular support and heroes among people were based on the will of the people. Originally, it was only the will of the central continent, but now it is the will of the 5 regions. Thus, everyone has received a blessing. As Duke Long parried Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, he asked, "How do we solve this problem?" Elder Zheng Yuan replied in a deep voice, "I'm doing my best, but I'm not confident that I'll succeed." Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have done this to the Venerable One's human path? He had not expected the human path killer moves of the Venerables to undergo such a transformation. Even though the other party did not directly break these 2 killer moves, they expanded the range of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Shun Shang? The soul ball in Fairy Myrtle's hands shook lightly. It seemed to be laughing. The information that Fairy Myrtle had given to Duke Long back then was regarding Shun Shang's location. She had made this decision because of Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long trusted Fairy Myrtle deeply. He did not suspect anything. Furthermore, Fang Zheng was held captive by Shun Songsheng back then. He needed to be redeemed. Thus the following events happened. Eventually, Shun Shang left Dragon Whale Paradise and infiltrated Emperor City, achieving this result. Or perhaps I should say, as expected of a paradise. The soul ball shook again. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were pitch black as she held the soul ball, with both hands using wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of soul path to heal the soul ball. Under her healing, the soul ball's form continued to solidify. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open. Goo immortals were continuously being brought into Celestial Court. Ha ha! Bring these people in, let them kill, let them die. The more they kill, the better, the more deaths, the better. Ha ha! The soul ball laughed wildly. The first batch was the deities of Southern Frontier from Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield, as well as Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu, and the rest. Right now, the second batch of Goo Immortals were reinforcements from Northern Plains. They had allied with Southern Border in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick. It was Yao Huang. There was also Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, who was walking with his head held high. Behind the two rank 8 Gu immortals were Domination Immortal Chu, Du, who was famous in the 5 regions, Profound Extremes descendant Ming Lu, who had harmed old ancestor Shui, who, as well as other Gu immortal experts. Rank 7 Gu immortals enter the immortal Gu houses. Yao Huang looked around the battlefield as he spoke. Even Chu Du had to listen to him. The intense battle in front of him shocked him. The intensity of the battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Even though Northern Plains had few immortal Gu houses, they brought 3 this time. Follow me, let us reinforce Calamity, Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu took the lead and charged out. Yao Huang and the 3 immortal Gu houses followed closely behind. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan cheered loudly. Earlier, when he attacked the Refinement Path formation, he was obstructed by Golden Pearl, Immortal Monarch's Golden Pearl. Now, he was besieged by Celestial Court's main force. Bing Sai Chuan attacked the Refinement Path formation while also repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help. This batch of reinforcements came at the perfect time. Kill! Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. His body flickered as he split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the Golden Pearl. Yao Huang was not to be outdone. He waved his walking stick as a pungent medicinal fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Next, the 3 immortal Gu houses arrived and guarded Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court's main force sensed this and immediately split up. Don't even think about leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another. Free Will Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Dark Wind Rope, and others were used interchangeably to tie down the enemy. Bada, Yihao Fong, and the rest followed suit. Damn it! Many of Celestial Court's main force members were tied down by them. They cursed in their hearts. If it were before, the southern border immortals would not have caused such trouble. But now, with heroes among people, Wu Yong and the rest's battle strength rose sharply. Even though they were still inferior to Celestial Court's members, the latter were elites among rank 8s. They were enough to pose a threat. Let's go! Dragon Palace charged forward. Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu were controlling it. Feng Jioga had no choice but to dodge. Destiny's Song slowed down. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on him decrease. With the support of heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying again. Dragon marks coiled around Duke Long. Dragon fangs flew around, attacking instead of defending. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the huge figure in front of him, Duke Long's pupils shrunk. Evil Dragon, Di Zongxing had appeared again. Duke Long. Di Zongxing spoke in human language. His roar stirred up a huge storm. He swung his dragon claws. With a loud sound, Duke Long was sent flying like a ball. Di Zongxing's dragon claws were bleeding. They were cut by the dragon fangs. Meanwhile, Duke Long crashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was over 30 meters deep. Di Zongxing's huge body crashed down. Rumble! The entire heavenly court shook violently, and a huge cloud of dust engulfed the entire battlefield. Di Zongxing flew up slowly. The land of the celestial court under his belly had formed a shallow trench connecting the east and the west. All the buildings and mountains along the way were destroyed, turning into ruins. He's up there. Zhan Budu suddenly pointed. Duke Long hovered in the sky, looking down at Di Zongxing. The dragon gate behind him slowly disappearing. At the crucial moment, he used the dragon gate to get out of his predicament, dodging Di Zongxing's fierce attack. This evil dragon. Duke Long clenched his teeth. The fangjing in his chest quickly puffed up, returning to its original appearance. Clearly, Di Zongxing's claw attack was not easy to deal with. On the other side, myriad-year flying warship flew back and caught Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long in the sky and sneered, ignoring him as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar. It was on the verge of collapse. If Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship joined in, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather. Protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long roared. He moved out first, using Dragon Gate to block Myriad Year flying warship. Get lost! Dragon Palace rushed over to reinforce. Wu Shuai, who was in charge, decided to release Jun Xinguang, and Whirling Boy, this way, he could use Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy light smoke swept towards Duke Long. Duke Long's heart was pounding. He had to dodge and open up a path for Fang Yuan to enter. Oh no, this is a dream path killer move. My methods are useless. At an extremely far corner, Feng Kim Hong was hiding inside an inconspicuous immortal goo house. He was jumping around anxiously. Right at this time, Destiny's song resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, Celestial Courtside's condition rose sharply. Duke Long also benefited immensely. Fang Yuan's group's offense immediately weakened. They were no longer as powerful as before. It is hard to imagine that we have entered Celestial Court. The Eastern C8 Immortals entered the battlefield from Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court. Fangzheng is under siege. The 8 Immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing working together with Myriad Year flying warship and Dragon Palace. They forced Duke Long and Feng Jioga to retreat. Good, let's charge and deal a fatal blow to them. The 8 Immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. Why are they here? Fang Yuan was also slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the 4 dragon generals should join the battle, but Qing Yuan and the rest were very conservative. Why would they take the risk and join the battle? This is the side effect of heroes among people. While they are buffed, they are also strengthened by the 4 regions' human will. Their decisions are affected, and they hate Celestial Court even more. Xin Shang transmitted, "It is a pity that Western Desert's side is still in a deadlock with Central Continent's immortal goo houses. They cannot join the battle." Xin Shang, you did well. Fang Yuan praised generously. Xin Shang laughed loudly. Of course. But speaking of which, it is truly unexpected that you can control Central Heaven Gate. This move is truly spectacular. I can also feel the guiding force of the Central Heavenly Gate. Later, we will be able to meet up and turn the Heavenly Court upside down. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan only smiled. Then why aren't you coming? Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, but at this time, how could he expose his own weakness? Even if someone was plotting in the dark, Fang Yuan could only go with the flow and prioritize defeating Celestial Court and destroying Fate Goo. Oh no, why at this time? Just as Xin Shang was about to accept the connection, black flames seeped out of his body again. His internal injury erupted again. I used my full strength earlier to break the Venerable Killer move, so my injuries were not suppressed. This was Xin Shang's final conscious thought before he fell into madness and chaos again. Once Xin Shang went crazy, old man Zheng Yuan, who was hiding in Celestial Court, sensed it. The old man was excited. The enemy's power suddenly disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this time to take over and reverse the situation. Who is it? Old man Zheng Yuan suddenly shouted. In front of him, Fairy Myrtle appeared with empty hands and a smile. Ziwei, no, you are not in the right state. The old man's eyes shined with cold light as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a condensed pitch-black soul ball appeared behind him and entered the old man's body. No, old man Zheng Yuan fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His eyes rolled over, and he foamed at the mouth, trembling intensely. After trembling for a while, Old man Zheng Yuan suddenly stopped moving. His eyes turned completely black like fairy myrtles. He stood up silently and wiped the foam off the corner of his mouth. His hands drooped down as he said respectfully to the floating soul ball, "Old slave greets master." Spectral soul softly acknowledged. He did not have any immortal goo now, but that did not mean he did not have any methods. The soul beast modification killer move that he had once created had already turned into a type of innate ability in his soul. This kind of innate ability could transform any soul, causing the target to offer their complete loyalty and vow unwavering loyalty. Next is to subdue Feng Kim Hong. I know her location and can cut off the teleportation ability of that immortal goo house. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to speak. "No rush," Spectral Soul said. "Feng Kim Hong is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she is also favored by human path. Her luck is only inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. Even though she is alone now, if we have any intentions towards her, we will be obstructed. Forget about the others. Just Feng Jioga alone is a huge problem. This person is not inferior to Duke Long right now. Let's observe the changes in the battlefield first. Let these people fight with all their strength. When their luck runs out, we will see if there is a chance to make a move against Feng Kim Hong." Spectral Soul and his servant left the immortal goo house and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, Celestial Court's side had no choice but to hide around Heaven Overseeing Tower, defending with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. The other immortals attacked fiercely. They were amplified by heroes among people while being weakened by Destiny Song. Especially with Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing at the lead, every small action made Celestial Court's side extremely nervous. Duke Long and Feng Jioga were like pillars of support. One resisted Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Di Zongxing, but they were both at a disadvantage. After all, they still had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Demon Judgment Board could not resist the alliance of Myriad Year, Flying Warship, and Dragon Palace. The Golden Pearl soldiers were all expended. Celestial Court's main force continued to retreat. Their defensive line was forced to shrink. Celestial Court's defeat is imminent, Fairy Myrtle commented, her eyes shining with eerie light. Only Yuan Xiong Du was standing at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Song Yen and Che Wei were lying on the ground. They were unconscious and had no one to heal them. Celestial Court could not spare any manpower. Chi Ci Lang was resisting the jade green light when Celestial Court's main force arrived and easily dealt with him. Chi Ci Lang was still restrained and could not resist. He was beheaded and died in a sullen manner. The refinement path formation was destroyed. Yuan Xiongdu could only continue to repair fate, Gu, by himself. Soon, Yuan Xiongdu muttered, flames burning in his palm. Boom! With a loud explosion, Heaven Overseeing Tower suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. Yuan Xiongdu was disrupted. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground, fainting. Chapter 1962. Immortal Killer Move. 5-ring killing rotation. 5 elements, Grandmaster shouted angrily. He raised his palms and pushing out a 5-colored ring. The ring flew into the sky. A strong suction force burst out from the center. All sorts of killer moves and desolate beasts that were attracted to it were directly killed. Celestial Court's defense line fell into chaos. Let's charge in. Southern Border's Goo Immortals grabbed this chance, activating Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Great Space Temple to charge into the defense line. Celestial Court's member Yu Zhu Zi gritted his teeth, pointing at Great Space Temple as he shouted, "Go!" Most of the jade beads floating around him flew out and self-detonated when they hit Great Space Temple. Bam, bam, bam. The jade beads self-detonated, creating a thunderous sound. Jade powder scattered and stuck to Great Space Temple, causing this Rank 8 Immortal Goo House to move several times slower. Obtaining this chance, Celestial Court's members quickly returned. They expended a lot of effort and finally forced Great Space Temple out. However, even though Great Space Temple was forced out, Wu Yong attacked again. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Random Shooting Blades. Wu Yong flicked his fingers, and several dark jade insects flew out of his fingers. The worms flew in the air, their bodies expanding rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, they turned into 220 feet long winged dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced at Celestial Court's defense line. Next, a green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragons roared at the sky and exploded, turning into countless jade wind blades that shot out in all directions. The wind blades were sharp, cutting everything in their path. Celestial Court's main force could only grit their teeth and endure the killer moves. While they were busy, Wu Yong took the opportunity to turn his body. Like a breeze, he was about to infiltrate the defensive line. Don't even think about it. With a shout, flower petals flew as Wan Zihong blocked Wu Yong. She had been paying close attention to the powerful Wu Yong. She did not dare to be careless. As soon as Wu Yong made a move, she would immediately defend him. Wu Yong sighed and could only give up. The southern border Gu immortals in clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo buildings shouted at the eastern sea Gu immortal Hua Kaiyun, "Quickly charge in!" It turned out that Wan Zihong had been fighting with Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan earlier. Now that Wan Zihong had gone to reinforce the defense, there was a gap allowing Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan to enter the defensive line. However, Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan quickly exchanged glances. When they realized that the other had no intention of breaking through, they both chose to fight on the spot and showed no signs of attacking. Although the will of the people affected the decisions of the Eastern Sea Immortals, there was a limit to how much it could affect them. At this moment, Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan were already regretting their decision. Why did they rush to the Celestial Court to fight? Wasn't it good and satisfying to plunder immortal materials in the Central Continent? Why did they have to come here and fight to the death? They were not fools. Whoever broke through the defensive line first would definitely face the fierce counterattack of the Celestial Court. If they were careless, they would die. Because she saw through this, Wan Zihong boldly reinforced the defense and blocked Wu Yong. Eastern Sea Gu immortals have such temperament. Wan Zihong's eyes shined with bright light. She had a deep understanding of Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, she could rest assured and reinforce the defense. But at the next moment, Shi Miao suddenly charged diagonally into the Celestial Court's defensive line. He was also an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. The Celestial Court's main force was struggling to maintain the defensive line. They had no choice but to expose the weakness of the defensive line to the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. But the Celestial Court's main force could not imagine that Shi Miao was already controlled by Dragon Palace. He had become a dragon general and did not fear death in battle. The Celestial Court's main force was stunned. Shi Miao successfully broke through the defensive line and approached Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just as he was about to charge in, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Miao. Don't even think about it. Duke Long's voice resounded in Shi Miao's ears. Shi Miao had already raised his defense. His skin was like rock. It was indestructible. But at the next moment, he was stabbed by Duke Long's right hand. His neck was tightly grabbed by Duke Long. Shi Miao immediately felt suffocated. A strong force came from Duke Long's right hand, causing the rock skin on his neck to crack. What kind of strength is this? Shi Miao was shocked. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Just as he was about to be crushed by Duke Long, a sword light suddenly attacked. Duke Long dodged with all his might, but the sword light had predicted this. It still hit his abdomen, passing through his body like a ray of light. Duke Long was almost cut into two by the sword light. The wound on his abdomen was huge. Blood was spurting out like a waterfall. It could not be stopped for a while. The sword light did not lose momentum. It hit Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Fortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already activated its defensive measures. It was not caught off guard like before when it was cut by Bo Qing's sword light. The tower flashed with white light. It finally managed to block the sword light with difficulty. Fang Yuan. Duke Long's gaze was like lightning. He looked in the direction of the attack. It was the immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into again. The sword dragon's claws were clenched into a fist. The move just now was five-finger fist heart sword. This killing move was terrifying. Duke Long would not sit and watch as Fang Yuan attacked as he pleased. He was about to throw Shi Miao away and use Dragon Gate to get close to Fang Yuan. But at this moment, Shi Miao suddenly revealed a strange smile. His entire body suddenly melted, quickly covering Duke Long's body. This change caught Duke Long off guard. Fang Yuan had already activated five-finger fist heart sword again. Second sword strike, third sword strike, fourth sword strike. Every sword light hit Duke Long, passing through his body. The remaining momentum did not diminish, causing Heaven Overseeing Tower to shake violently. Lord Duke Long! This sudden change caused the immortals of the Celestial Court to turn pale with fright. Duke Long had never expected that Shi Miao would be willing to sacrifice his life to restrain him. When Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword hit him, Shi Miao also suffered. Right now, Duke Long had 3 large sword wounds on his body. It was terrifying, but he still had one breath left. Shi Miao could not be more dead. He returned to his tattered body. He fell to the ground with a smile on his face. Duke Long, your path ends here, Fang Yuan said softly. Then he loosened his fingers. Five-finger fist, heart sword's 5th sword strike. The sword light seemed to pierce through the universe. It was so fast that no one could stop it. The immortals of the Celestial Court could only watch in shock as the sword light shot towards Duke Long. At the moment of death, Duke Long's eyes were dazed. He suddenly fell into a whirlpool of memories. Childhood. Duke Long sprawled by the bed, crying, "Father, Mother, don't die, don't leave Long." Our child. Duke Long's father stroked his head, smiling. Even in the face of death, he still had a carefree smile. "Don't cry, don't be sad. We were fatally wounded in order to resist Di Zongxing's rebellion. This is our responsibility as members of the Celestial Court. It is also something we are willing to do. Death is the end of every life. The key is to die a worthy death. When you grow up, you will understand this logic, my child." "My son," Duke Long's mother also said, "you will understand what our sacrifice means. Although it means separation, it is more about glory and the responsibility to protect humanity. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Protecting the race is the great undertaking of us, as well as countless predecessors and sages who have advanced wave after wave. When you grow up, you will continue to walk on our path. We will look forward to your growth in another world. You need to work hard and persevere." Young man, Duke Long breathed roughly. He was knocked down by a puppet and fell to the ground. The Gu Master at the side laughed and clapped, praising, "Little Long, you have done well enough. Get up, rest for a while." "No, I can still fight." Young man Duke Long used all his strength to stand up shakily. "I need to work harder. I need to cultivate hard and continue to advance. What can these puppets do? One day, I will become someone like Father and Mother, a Gu immortal of the Celestial Court. I will follow their path." "Ha ha, such ambition. I am really looking forward to your future." The Gu Master praised sincerely. "Young man, this is the attainment level of a Gu immortal." Duke Long passed the tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu immortal. "Amazing, kid. You have already become an immortal at this age. To think that I was still jealous at your age. Ha ha ha." The Celestial Court Gu immortal laughed. Thank you for protecting me. Young man Duke Long bowed to the Gu Immortal with a sincere attitude. The celestial court Gu Immortal waved his hand. You probably understand now. Your identity is very special. You are the Tao guardian of a future immortal venerable. Your cultivation journey has always been smooth. Even if there are setbacks, it means that you have greater gains. The celestial court needs you. The future immortal venerable needs you. Humanity needs you. Kid, becoming an immortal is not your end point. It is your starting point. You cannot be careless and stop moving forward. We all need you. The Gu Immortal winked at him. Yes, I will persevere until the moment I die of old age. For the celestial court, for humanity, for the future, I will dedicate every bit of my strength, every drop of blood and sweat. Duke Long swore, at the prime of his life, rank 8 cultivation, it is hard to imagine that you have such accomplishments at such an age. Duke Tong sighed. Or rather, as expected of a Tao guardian? Ha ha. With you, the celestial court has become even more prosperous. Duke May laughed heartily. Seniors, you are too kind. The robust Duke Long said modestly. Duke May and Duke Tong looked at each other. The former said, Then, have you considered our proposal? Become one of us, lead the celestial court, and guide the unborn immortal venerable to become a talent. Duke Long nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have already prepared it. Ha ha ha. Then from today onwards, you are Duke Long, one of the 3 dukes of the celestial court, and also the most important one. The heavy burden of the celestial court will mainly depend on you. Duke Long nodded slowly with a solemn expression. This is the path that I have been pursuing. It is the expectation of my parents, the outcome that countless seniors on my path of growth have, and the needs of the celestial court and the human race. As for this responsibility, I, Duke Long, will not shirk it. Later years, turn back, Hong Ting, turn back. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus and called out, Master, I have failed to live up to your teachings and expectations. I am sorry, but I must resurrect them. Red Lotus did not turn back, and her figure disappeared into the night. Duke Long closed his eyes in pain, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The disciple that he had carefully taught for so many years would actually walk on such a path. I have taught an immortal venerable to become a demon venerable. I am guilty. Duke Long knelt in front of Duke Tong and Duke May. Get up, quickly get up. Both Duke Tong and Duke May pulled Duke Long's arms and comforted him. Have confidence, Duke Long, we still have hope. It is not your fault, Duke Long. We have seen your efforts and contributions for so many years. It is Hong Ting who has disappointed us, not you. No, Duke Long broke free from their support, and his expression was extremely solemn. He is the disciple that I have taught. Now that he has walked on the wrong path, it is my fault. It is also my fault. I will definitely pay it back, and I will use all my strength to make up for this mistake. For the celestial court, for the human race. Even if I have to give up everything, I will pull Red Lotus back onto the right path. Later years, Duke Long lowered his head and sat cross-legged in the hall, his hair disheveled. 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks silently. In front of him, on the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were familiar corpses. These were the corpses of Dragonians. The grief in his heart was overwhelming, and it howled like the sea, almost drowning Duke Long. He was originally enjoying the happiness of his family, but he did not expect to receive such a blow in his later years. What was even more tragic was that the culprit that caused the death of his descendants was himself. He was the cause of this tragedy. It is my fault. I should not have. Duke Long choked with sobs and slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to carry a great weight as he slowly scanned every corpse in the hall. What followed were sounds of laughter and heartwarming memories of Sun Ilu. All of you, my children, are not at fault. I am the one who is at fault. Duke Long's back was hunched, and he used his fists to beat his chest weakly, the thumping sounds echoing in the empty hall. It is my negligence in taking care of you. I did not guide you well and led you on the wrong path. I am wrong. I am not a good teacher, and I am not a good ancestor. But for the great cause of the human race, for the celestial court, I can only sacrifice you. Believe me, this is not the ending I want, but I have no choice. Although I am a dragon man, my heart has always been the heart of the human race. I cannot allow you to disturb the great cause of the human race. That is the fruit of many generations of sacrifices. Most importantly, your roots are also in the human race. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I cannot beg for your forgiveness, and I do not dare to beg for it. Then let me bear all the sins. Let me pay for them all. My children, I cannot bear to be separated from you. You will become one with me, and we will never be separated. As your ancestor, I have let you down. I did not give you a good life and a stable environment. But this is all I can do. I, Duke Long, am just an old man with one foot in the grave. Now, the fifth sword flew towards Duke Long, so fast that it was already in front of Duke Long. PCHHT. With a soft sound, time seemed to slow down countless times. Duke Long's head flew gently from his neck. Blood slowly spurted out from his neck. Chapter 1963. Lord Duke Long. The panicked cries of the immortals of the celestial court rang in his ears, but to Duke Long, the cries were getting weaker and weaker. At first, it sounded like a tsunami, but in the next instant, it became an echo in the horizon. Was this the taste of death? Was I, Duke Long, finally going to die? Die here? Thoughts flickered in Duke Long's mind. Die here? He asked himself again. Tired. He was really too tired. All the way until now, he had shouldered a mountain of burden and expectations, as well as a sea of sins and responsibilities. Sometimes he really wanted to die. When he first stepped into the immortal graveyard and fell asleep for the first time, his imagination ran wild. If he died like this, it would not be a bad thing. But could he? He asked himself. No. He, Duke Long, had been carrying a heavy burden all his life. He shouldered the expectations of his parents, his master, his companions, the burden of the celestial court and the human race, the betrayal of his disciple, the responsibility of bringing disaster to the world, the sin of slaughtering his own bloodline. He would be injured, he would grow old. His figure would become stooped, his eyes would gradually dim. He would fall into the graveyard, but when the time came, he would have to climb back up and continue to shoulder his heavy responsibility and mission. That's right, I can't die. I still have powerful enemies to take care of, sins to repay, mistakes to correct. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed. If I fall, Feng Joga will not be able to do anything alone, and the celestial court will be destroyed by Feng Yuan and the others. How can I fall? I can't fall. My companions need me, the celestial court needs me, the human race needs me. They need me, Duke Long. So, even if I am tired, even if I am exhausted, even if I sleep in the graveyard, even if I die, my head will be cut off. I, Duke Long, cannot fall. I want to stand up. I want, again. In an instant, it was as if the entire universe was responding to his indomitable will. A miracle had happened. Duke Long's dim eyes suddenly shone with a bright light that soared to the sky. The blood that gushed out from his neck quickly flowed back, and the countless auras in the surroundings quickly condensed, wrapping around his head and bringing it back to his neck. An extremely profound aura that carried a true inheritance descended upon his body, causing his injuries to rapidly heal. Within a breath's time, he was completely healed. This is Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method, and this chi path true inheritance. So triple chi retraction has such an effect. Duke Long instantly understood. Joy appeared on his face. Lord Duke Long, he's resurrected. A miracle happened right in front of their eyes. The celestial court was filled with cheers, and their morale rebounded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. As expected, he still has a backup plan. This is the foundation of the celestial court, Wu Yong muttered to himself. His expression was grim as he felt waves of helplessness. Duke Long raised his head, floating in the air. He stretched his arms and legs, forming a large character. Duke Long, will not fall at this moment. Fang Yuan, I will let you see what is the true triple chi retraction. Triple chi retraction. This move was too famous. Once Duke Long said this, the three regions' immortals were shocked and uncertain. Their attacks slowed down. Fang Yuan also had a solemn expression. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of triple chi retraction. Back then, Duke Long had used this move to obtain victory and defeat Zishan Makoto. Triple chi retraction has a total of 3 styles. The first is human chi retraction, the second is earth chi retraction, and the third is heaven chi retraction. Human chi retraction can cause a Gu immortal's human chi to fall, causing their condition to worsen. Earth chi retraction extracts earth chi and causes severe damage to the immortal aperture. It is extremely dangerous. Heaven chi retraction extracts heaven chi and accumulates the damage of the first 2 styles, causing the immortal aperture to directly collapse. After being hit by the first style, the second and third styles cannot be blocked. Thus, the crucial point is the first style. Instantly, all sorts of information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. He moved his dragon body and retreated cautiously, even though he had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon and seemed to have gotten rid of his human identity. He was not sure if human chi retraction could extract his human chi. Since this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, even if he did not have transformation path back then, with such a loophole, Duke Long would have definitely modified it. Whoosh! At the next moment, chi surged from all directions. Winds surged like a tsunami, gathering on Duke Long's body. A vast amount of human chi, earth chi, and heaven chi gathered in Duke Long's body, turning into countless chi path Dao marks. At the same time, his condition in all aspects doubled. Instantly, Fang Yuan squinted. What's going on? Triple chi retractions, 3 styles were activated at the same time. A vast amount of chi was used on Duke Long's body. Was this caused by Primordial Origin's method earlier? Triple chi retraction's performance was already out of the norm. Powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. The feeling of power filled Duke Long's body and mind. He stepped lightly. Boom! The air below his feet exploded as his body shot out like a purple meteor, instantly arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fast! He was simply too fast. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, because reverse flow protection seal was still on him. Boom! Duke Long's fist landed on his face. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground at lightning speed, creating a huge pit and sinking deep into the bottom. Reverse flow protection seal instantly became thin and illusory after suffering this blow. Fang Yuan shook his huge dragon head just as he got rid of the dizziness. Duke Long appeared in front of him again. The two were less than 100 steps apart. Duke Long charged over. His whole body was emitting a blazing grand aura, making him look extremely majestic and mighty. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he snorted in his heart. Whoosh! It turned out that myriad-year flying warship was already lying in ambush, and when it saw Duke Long chasing over, It immediately pierced through the atmosphere like a huge guillotine, bringing along a dense shadow of death as it ruthlessly slashed at Duke Long. It hit. Myriad-year flying warship was like a huge machete, slashing Duke Long to the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the air, but was immediately dispersed by Duke Long's surging aura once again. Duke Long was hit by Myriad-year flying warship. He was half-squatting on the ground, one arm supporting the ground while the other arm exerted a powerful force to block the attack in front of his forehead. His dragon claw grabbed the bottom of Myriad-year flying warship's front end. He was actually resisting the weight of the entire Myriad-year flying warship with just one hand. Creak, creak. A series of screeching sounds could be heard. Duke Long's arm muscles bulged as he forcefully pushed Myriad-year flying warship inch by inch. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. After all, Myriad-year flying warship was not simple. It was fused with the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It could be ranked among the top 5 super immortal goo houses in the world. Duke Long actually resisted its full-strength attack with just one arm. Duke Long used triple chi retraction. Once, the increase in strength was far beyond Fang Yuan's estimation. Duke Long breathed out and exerted strength as he stood up straight. At the same time, he placed his other arm on top of Myriad-year flying warship and threw it far away with a shake of both arms. Fang Yuan watched the entire process coldly, his dragon pupils reflecting Duke Long's clear face. Fang Yuan swung his tail and quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield with Heaven Overseeing Tower as the center. Duke Long's speed was already above Fang Yuan's, but he could only watch as Fang Yuan left, because right now, Dragon Palace and the other 2 immortal goo houses were attacking Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge was distracted. Destiny Song had no choice but to weaken, while Di Zongxing broke free from the restraints and moved again, threatening Heaven Overseeing Tower. Evil Dragon! Stop! Almost instantly, Duke Long appeared above Di Zongxing. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. A huge, translucent Chi mountain formed in the blink of an eye and pressed down fiercely. With a loud explosion, heaven and earth shook. Di Zongxing's entire head was pressed into the ground by the Chi Breath Mountain. Triple Chi retraction caused Duke Long's Chi path methods to become much more powerful. It was simply at a shocking level. However, after using this move, Duke Long's aura fell by about 30%. Chance. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster Wu Yong and Zhang Yin attacked almost at the same time. 3 killer moves attacked Duke Long from afar. Duke Long did not dodge, nor did he create a self-moving dragon chi wall. He allowed the killer moves to land on him. At once, fireworks and thunder rumbled. As the dazzling light faded, Duke Long stood in the sky. His body was like a mountain. He did not move at all. 3 small tricks. Are you trying to tickle me? Duke Long mocked loudly. Wu Yong, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Zhang Yin's faces turned red. They were furious and shocked. Triple Chi retraction. Duke Long shouted again. At once Chi rumbled and roared. It surged out from every corner of the celestial court. Within a few breaths of time, it gathered into Duke Long's body. Rumble. Duke Long's aura surged again. Not only did it sweep away his previous weakness, it even rose to a new height from 10 feet to 6 feet. The aura enveloped his whole body. It was like a translucent flame burning fiercely. Duke Long's long purple hair fluttered wildly. His dragon scales were shining brightly. Because of the dragon's last stand, Duke Long's current body was much taller than a normal person. His physique was many times more robust. It gave people a strong sense of pressure. Di Zongxing roared in unwillingness. He pulled out the mountain-like dragon head from the deep pit. Duke Long suddenly appeared beside Di Zongxing's dragon head. He punched out and sent Di Zongxing's head flying. The huge force even caused Di Zongxing's huge body to twist and roll, crushing countless buildings in the celestial court. But Duke Long could not care so much. His priority was to protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. In his previous life, Di Zongxing's battle strength could fight against Duke Long, but in this life, he was completely crushed. If Feng Jiuge defeated Di Zongxing with the help of Destiny Song, then Duke Long completely crushed Di Zongxing with his overall strength. I understand now. Even though I destroyed the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court is still here. Every Gu immortal who joins the Celestial Court will contribute their immortal aperture. Countless grotto heaven worlds will fuse together to form the current Celestial Court. Every immortal aperture has 3 qi in balance. They contain heaven qi, earth qi, and human qi. Right now, Duke Long is not using triple qi retraction against us. He is releasing it against the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He had already deduced the general situation. The 3 qi of the Celestial Court was naturally developed for Duke Long. It could even be said to be an unlimited supply. With such help, Duke Long's battle strength soared. He suppressed Di Zongxing with just his fists and legs. But outside of the Celestial Court, triple qi retraction would lose its power. There was no abundant heaven, earth, and human qi outside for Duke Long to use for free. That was to say, there was a limit to Duke Long's strength. He had to be inside the Celestial Court. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this weakness, he could not use it. Chapter 1964. No matter how strong Duke Long is, he is just a single person. Charge! Let's attack together. Celestial Court's defense line is so wide. Let's see how he can resist it. Wu Yong shouted, his sharp gaze containing a trace of impatience. Duke Long's shocking performance had already caused a subtle change in people's hearts. He could not be allowed to continue being so unbridled. Wu Yong controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and took the lead. This immediately caused the immortal Gu houses around him to attack again. Duke Long snorted coldly and suddenly vanished when he reappeared. He was already blocking Wu Yong's path. His expression was like iron. He was about to attack clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when Dragon Palace also attacked him. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Duke Long's pupils widened. He had to dodge. One move to dominate the world. Facing a dream path killer move. No matter how strong Duke Long was, he did not dare to test it. His dodging made Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest let out sighs of relief. The mighty image that Duke Long had just built up, even the psychological hint of invincibility, was shattered by this move. The 3 regions' immortals' scattered hearts vaguely became focused again. Fortunately, he dodged. Wu Shuai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. Dreamy light smoke might be a dream path killer move, but its power was limited. Facing the powerful Duke Long, it was like using a small fishing net to catch a large shark. Duke Long could not resist a dream path killer move. The large shark would definitely be caught, but what about after that? The shark would struggle and break the small fishing net. In reality, even if Wu Shuai captured Duke Long, it would exceed the limits of Dragon Palace itself. It would not be able to keep this huge monster inside, let alone suppress him. The final result would likely be Dragon Palace collapsing, while Duke Long would be trapped in a dream realm, unable to escape. But don't forget that Feng Kim Hong could target the dream realm and quickly save Duke Long. Therefore, Wu Shuai's move was also a bluff. Duke Long was at a disadvantage because he did not know the details of this dream path killer move. This was also why Gu Immortals always kept their killer moves in their hands and did not use them easily. As for killer moves that had been displayed too many times, he was actively modifying them. With Duke Long's retreat, the Immortals of the 3 realms, led by Wu Yong, once again launched an all-out attack. Like a raging wave, they took the opportunity to surge forward. Humph, apart from Lord Duke Long, the Celestial Court still has us. How dare you look down on us? We will definitely make you pay the price. With us here, don't even think about succeeding. At the crucial moment, Zhu Ke by Song Shui, Zhao Shanhe, and the rest of the main forces of the Celestial Court stepped forward, unafraid of death as they faced the waves of attacks. A bunch of old fools. How much longer do you think you can live? Hua Kaiyan sneered. Countless thunderclouds shot out from her body. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder clouds exploded in advance, but they were all accurately intercepted by the jade bead. How long? We don't care. As long as we have a breath left in us, we will crawl out of our graves. Yu Zhuzi shouted and pushed with his hand. A large area of jade powder flew out like a fog. Retreat. Facing the mysterious killer move, Hua Kaiyan did not dare to test it. For safety's sake, she immediately retreated and was easily forced back by Yu Zhuzi. We will not lose this battle. Do you know why? Zhou Xiongxian wore a white robe. He had thick eyebrows and a square face. He used information path methods to shoot out countless dazzling white arrows. Because since 3 million years ago, we have always been the vanguard of this era, the backbone of humanity, Central Continent's heroes. We will never forget the humiliation of being slaves of variant humans. We will never forget that peace is a battle that requires us to pay with our lives. And we will never forget that the happiness of our people needs to be protected generation after generation. And all of you are just despicable people who do not care about humanity because of your own selfishness. Short-sighted fools who cannot even see the future. Come, no matter how many methods you have, no matter how many times you attack, you will only end up in failure. Zhou Xiongxian roared. The countless arrows he shot out became even more powerful as he spoke, using offense as defense. 5 Elements Grandmaster Yi Haofeng and the other rank 8s were unable to raise their heads. They could only focus on defense. The morale and offense that they had just started were rapidly dissipating. Look, this is the insistence of us, the Celestial Court. Zhu Ke and Princess Impatience worked together. Flames rose and formed a brand new defensive line, firmly blocking the charge of several rank 7 immortal goo houses. Humph, a bunch of old geezers who can't stop talking. Now that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, if we kill all of you, I want to see who in the Celestial Court will stand up for us. A famous expert in Northern Plains history, Lu Hui, had just said this when he felt his vision turning dark. Duke Long suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom. Immortal killer move. Dragon Claw Strike. Lu Hui's body shined with green light. He activated his defensive killer move with all his might. But he only lasted for a breath of time before the green light shattered. His entire body was torn to shreds. Lu Hui could not block Duke Long's attack. He died on the spot. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster and the rest were so frightened that they quickly retreated and entered their respective immortal goo houses. Duke Long looked around the battlefield, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. You allied with the heavenly demons and tried to overthrow the Celestial Court. You are all traitors of humanity. You won't understand. Even if we all die in battle, our auras will still remain. This is the grand chi of humanity. It exists with the mountains. It exists forever with the earth. Triple chi retraction. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire sky turned dark. The triple chi of the Celestial Court gathered again, gathering on Duke Long's body. Duke Long's translucent chi flames surged again. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. Immortal killer move. Giant chi hand explosion. Duke Long stretched out his left arm and spread his fingers, his palm facing a rank 7 immortal goo house. At the next moment, his left hand clenched into a fist. Bam! The atmosphere exploded. The rank 7 immortal goo house shattered into countless fragments. The immortal goo were destroyed. The goo immortals inside were also slaughtered. None survived. Only a large amount of flesh and blood was left. The 3 regions' goo immortals were shocked. They were tongue-tied. The Celestial Court's main force cheered. This is the greatness of our celestial court. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Qin Dingling's eyes were shining brightly. While Fangzhen was silent, he felt a deep shock in his heart. Not only was he shocked by Duke Long's strength, he also felt a wave in his heart. At this moment, Fangzhen started to understand the spirit of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. That's right, Fangzhen thought. If there was no Celestial Court in history, would there still be humanity today? Generation after generation of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals continued to overcome obstacles. They shed blood and made countless sacrifices to create the current human world. In comparison, Fang Yuan and the others did not care about the big picture. Destroying Fate Gu is giving variant humans a chance to rise up. They are indeed human spies. They are truly ungrateful. Swoosh! Right at this time, sword light flashed, rampaging through the battlefield, creating a soft sound and a flower of blood. Zhu Ke slowly fell. Her body was directly cut into two. She was like a swallow with broken wings. Immortal killer move, five-finger fist heart sword. It was Fang Yuan's move. He had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon, treacherously roaming around the periphery of the battlefield. Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's immortals were extremely furious. Fang Yuan sneered, "I am doing this for my own selfish reasons. I don't care what you are, whether you are great or insignificant. Today, I will destroy Fate Gu. I will kill any god or demon that obstructs me. Celestial Court, same. Who asked you to obstruct my path?" "But demon, everyone has the right to kill you. Kill him." "Murderer, I will tear you to pieces." The Celestial Court's immortals scolded. Roar, Di Zongxing recovered and charged towards the defensive line again. Dragon Palace cooperated and used Dreamy Light Smoke Killer Move again. Wherever the Dream Path Killer Move went, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals avoided it. Feng Joga saw this and sighed lightly, activating his killer move and turning into Song Warrior. The Song Warrior threw itself at him, but was captured by Dreamy Light Smoke. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer attack. It was like a python that had eaten too much. It had to return to its nest to digest. Even though Feng Joga could not directly break the Dream Path Killer move, he used this method to block it ingeniously. Destiny's song resounded again. Di Zongxing roared in indignation, but there was nothing he could do. He was suppressed by Feng Joga again. Far away, Spectral Soul and his servants had already arrived in front of an immortal treasury. Looking back at the battlefield, Fairy Myrtle sighed. To think that triple chi retraction could be used like this. Duke Long's battle strength has risen to such an extent. It is simply unheard of. With Feng Joga's help, Celestial Court's defensive line looks like it is in danger, but it can still hold on. In terms of overall strength, Celestial Court was naturally superior. But now they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. They were in a passive situation. Even Duke Long was restricted because of this. Duke Long could easily kill rank 8 Gu Immortals or rank 7 Immortal Gu Houses, while Fang Yuan could also use Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword to easily kill Celestial Court's members. Duke Long had no choice but to leave the defensive line. He chose to fight Fang Yuan from afar. If these two attacked the enemy Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache, but Celestial Court needed enough people to defend. Duke Long was not willing to let Fang Yuan continue his massacre. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks and focused on killing Celestial Court's main force, that was also a choice. But if he chose to do that, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries from Duke Long. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. After all, he and the other 3 regions' Gu Immortals were only fighting together because they had no other choice. Sacrificing himself for them was too stupid. The risk was too high. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long were fighting each other. Meanwhile, Feng Joga was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defensive line, resisting Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing. The battle strength he displayed time and time again surpassed the expectations of both sides. Old man Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, it depends on who can break this stalemate. The crucial point lies in fake goo. Celestial Court has already obtained the success Dao marks, but the refinement path formation has been destroyed. Can Yuan Qiongdu repair fake goo alone? Master, if we interfere now, maybe we can snatch fake goo? Spectral Soul smiled. Snatch it for what? Don't think that the two sides are fighting intensely. They are actually still holding back. This is a very deep matter. Past venerables have been aiming for this battle. Let's plunder this immortal treasury and take back the door of life and death. Chapter 1965. In the back mountain of the sect, the mountains were green, the water was green, and birds were chirping. Little Du, what are you doing lying on the ground? A gentle female voice entered his ears. It's senior sister. When the young Yuan Qiongdu opened his eyes, he saw a young girl leaning over and staring at him with a pair of watery eyes. There was a smile in her eyes. The young girl's gaze moved to Little Du's hand and exclaimed, Wow, Little Du, you refined another rank 3 goo. You are really amazing. But I am not happy at all. You know, I don't like refinement path cultivation. Yuan Qiongdu mumbled as he crawled up. Don't be so listless. Others can only be envious of your talent. The young girl patted his shoulder and consoled. But Yuan Qiongdu was still listless. He lowered his head and shrugged. Ha! How about this? I will share a secret with you. A few days ago, I found a clue to a goo master inheritance in Father's study room. It is hidden in a corner of the back mountain of the sect. Do you want to search for it? The senior sister's gaze turned as she said to Yuan Qiongdu as expected. The young Yuan Qiongdu could not bear the loneliness. His eyes immediately brightened. There is such a fun thing? Amazing! The back mountain of the sect indeed has inheritances left behind by generations of seniors. Goo immortal inheritances are extremely rare, but goo master inheritances are many. Quickly tell me the clue, senior sister. The clue is a poem. I have been pondering over it these few days. I will read it to you. The senior sister did not hide anything. This was only a goo master inheritance. And her father, who was Yuan Qiongdu's master, was a goo immortal existence. Yuan Qiongdu listened to it once and didn't think much about it. He clapped his hands and said, I got it. This clue is solved like this. Match the first and last words together. Then match the second and last words together again. This way, it will be a direction. The senior sister pondered for a moment before jumping excitedly. So it is there. Little Du, you are really smart. You guessed it immediately. Then let's go find it. Yuan Qiongdu took the lead. Wait for me. The senior sister stomped her feet and quickly chased after him. Don't worry, senior sister. I will leave this legacy to you. I won't snatch it from you. Ha ha. Yuan Qiongdu's figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. In the end, the two of them found the inheritance in a cave. This is a fire path inheritance. Yuan Qiongdu and his senior sister examined it carefully. Will fire? It was a flame that burned with willpower as fuel. This method was truly ingenious and amazing. How did the goo master who created this flame think of it? How interesting. This signature, why is it master? Yuan Qiongdu was very surprised. The senior sister was also quite surprised and said uncertainly, maybe it's the same name and surname. Yuan Qiongdu, on the other hand, began to ponder, his eyes shining. I'm afraid not. Senior sister, I remember that you said at the beginning that this clue was obtained from master's study. Yes, I'm sorting out my father's books. You know that my father likes to collect antiques. Then, by chance, I discovered that a bamboo stick had fallen from an old book. On it was the clue to the inheritance. Senior sister recalled. This inheritance was indeed set up by me when I was young. At this time, Yuan Xiongdu's master slowly walked into the cave, and appeared in front of Yuan Xiongdu. Together with him was Yuan Xiongdu's martial uncle. He was short and fat, had a round face, and was amiable. Yuan Xiongdu and his senior sister immediately bowed and said, "Greetings to master, father, martial uncle." Yuan Xiongdu curled his lips. "Master, are you purposely making fun of your disciple?" "Of course not." His master shook his head, looking at the inheritance in Yuan Xiongdu's hands. His gaze contained a trace of reminiscence and emotion. "Ha ha, you mischievous fellow." The fat martial uncle pointed at Yuan Xiongdu. "Your master and I have just returned from Spirit Echo Peak, and while chatting, we found traces of you two. I can testify that this inheritance was indeed left behind by your master when he was young. Back then, he really liked Fire Path. He painstakingly saved up 5 years of Yuan Stone just to buy a rank 3 Fire Path goo. But master clearly cultivates Water Path." Yuan Xiongdu stared with wide eyes. He did not expect his master to like Fire Path like him when he was young. "There is no other way." The fat martial uncle sighed. "The sex Water Path inheritance needs an inheritor. How can one's personal preferences be compared to the sex grand plan? After all, every goo immortal inheritance needs to be passed down from generation to generation. Every generation has to continuously improve on the foundation of their predecessors, so that every inheritance does not deviate from the development of the times and will not be eliminated by the times. This is the responsibility that we have to bear. This inheritance was personally set up by your master when he bid farewell to Fire Path. I was there at that time. I saw him crying his heart out." "Cough, cough," Yuan Xiongdu's master interrupted. "Since you too found this inheritance, I will give it to you. We will be leaving first." The two seniors left. Only Yuan Xiongdu and the young female senior sister were left in the cave. "Junior brother, I cultivate Wood Path. I don't need this. I will give it to you." The senior sister also said goodbye to Yuan Xiongdu. Yuan Xiongdu looked at the inheritance in his hand, his heart rippling slightly as he muttered, "Master." He opened his eyes again. Yuan Xiongdu found that he was still inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. "Damn it. I was disturbed during the goo refinement process. I suffered a backlash and fainted." Yuan Xiongdu recalled, his heart thumping wildly. The greatest taboo in goo refinement was being disturbed. It was not important how heavy his injuries were. The important thing was that fake goo could not be harmed. He could not be implicated. This was related to the grand plan of the Celestial Court for millions of years. Yuan Xiongdu was almost in despair. As the only goo immortal refining goo, he had already fainted. Then, as the target of the goo refinement, could fake goo be fine? Although fake goo would not be destroyed, it was highly likely that more than half of the restoration results would be lost, and it might even return to its original damaged state. Right now, Yuan Xiongdu could only hope that fake goo's situation was better. He could not let his and the Celestial Court's countless years of hard work go to waste. But when Yuan Xiongdu raised his eyes and saw fake goo, he was stunned. This, a lump of fire replaced him, refining goo for him. Fake goo was quietly sitting in the heart of the fire, only half a step away from restoration. After the shock, Yuan Xiongdu's heart instantly warmed up. This was fire, a fire that used will as fuel. He had obtained it from his master's inheritance when he was young. Later, although he cultivated Refinement Path, he did not forget Fire Path. He continued to modify the fire and developed it, transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of an immortal move. Fire has already become my most familiar and most proficient goo refinement method. The moment I fainted, I might have subconsciously activated fire. Yuan Xiongdu guessed. This was not the first time this had happened. In fact, in his life, he had used Wolfire to save the situation many times in countless Gu refinement experiences. Every time he was about to collapse, he would activate Wolfire to temporarily replace himself and stabilize the situation. After countless times, it had become a subconscious habit of him to use his Wolfire at critical moments. Yuan Xiong Du let out a breath of turbid air. He quietly looked at the burning Wolfire, thinking inwardly. Rather than saying it is a habit, more accurately speaking, it is a kind of responsibility. He could not help but think of his master. Thus he smiled. Responsibility, master, it seems I did not disappoint you. Yuan Xiongdu knew his situation. His injuries were too severe. He could no longer continue refining Gu. But hope was right in front of him. He would use the last of his life, and will to fuel this Wolfire. Burn, burn! Yuan Xiongdu muttered to himself. He used his life to light up the will fire. The will fire quietly burned. The flame brightened and became very stable. In the heart of the fire, Fate Gu finally took the final half step. It was completely restored. But Yuan Xiongdu had no signs of life. Like his master, like his senior sister, like countless predecessors of Celestial Court, they had invested their light and passion into Celestial Court's great cause, risking their lives to build the foundation of Celestial Court. My enemy is another's hero. The foundation of the Heavenly Court, the huge Zhongzhou state, was indeed worth every inch of land and every inch of blood. The Wolfire finally dissipated. He. At the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Song Yan's extremely weak laughter could be heard. Yuan Xiongdu has already done it, now it is our turn. But in our current state, it is difficult to even communicate with voice transmissions, not to mention getting up and activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Che Wei transmitted with a deep tone. Song Yan, however, transmitted back, seemingly very happy. There is another way. The remaining immortal essence in my body can still be used to activate my signature method. Don't you think that's a coincidence? Che Wei and Song Yan were close friends. Che Wei immediately understood Song Yan's words. Don't do that. If you absorb my injuries, you will die immediately. What is there to fear about death? In the current situation, everyone is fighting outside. The battlefront is in danger. I'm afraid no one can come in. Brother Che Wei, we have known each other for many years. Your talent is much higher than mine. Also, your path has not been completed yet. I am really looking forward to the path you are about to create. It is a pity I cannot witness it myself. Song Yan said plainly. His body started to shine with a pale blue light. The light covered Che Wei's body. The two Gu immortals' bodies were in tatters. They were like two piles of trash made of flesh and bones. But with the effect of the blue light, Che Wei's body started to recover, while Song Yan's condition worsened. My friend. Che Wei's closed eyes slowly opened. Two streams of tears silently flowed down. Song Yan was already lifeless. Che Wei's injuries were still very severe, but he used all his strength and could barely crawl towards Fate Gu. Chapter 1966. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like an instant. The grand Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a pure white light before the light gradually brightened and started to shine. After a few breaths of time, the bright light shot into the sky like a monarch descending upon the world, illuminating the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield that was filled with intense fighting immediately froze. Almost all the Gu immortals raised their heads and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. The three regions' Gu immortals had pale expressions, they had defeated expressions. Meanwhile, many of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were crying at this moment. Rank 9 Fate Gu has been repaired successfully. Yuan Xiongdu did not let us down. He did it. This is too amazing. Heaven Overseeing Tower has returned to its peak. It is perfect. We won. The celestial quartz goo immortals cheered. Their morale rose to the peak. Retreat, retreat quickly. Be it Wu Yong, Yao Huang, or Shen Songsheng, they all shouted at the same time. They had lost their will to fight. Bing Sai Chuan was still controlling Calamity Luck Altar. He had an unresigned expression as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. Quickly do something! Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form also started to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan. He used Dragon Gate to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Goo, Fate Goo. When he saw the complete Fate Goo, he could no longer restrain the intense excitement in his heart. Tears flowed down his face as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Back then, the one who damaged Fate Goo was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long took up the heavy responsibility of repairing Fate Goo. Hong Ting, I've finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I will not let down the Celestial Court. I will not let down humanity. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He gradually calmed down. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he looked outside the tower. Now is the time for all of you to die. Duke Long shouted as he activated Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest offensive method. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light, light that filled heaven and earth. It was everywhere. It illuminated the universe and shone into people's hearts. In just an instant, all the rank 7 immortal goo houses collapsed. The goo immortals inside survived. Even Calamity Luck Altar and Dragon Palace were in a terrible state. Bing Sai Chuan, Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu, and the rest immediately did their best to repair them. The remaining historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains were all hit. Their figures slowly dissipated. More than half of the Nian beasts and Fang Yuan's swordsmen, who wreaked havoc on the Celestial Court, were instantly slaughtered, and blood flowed like a river. Mao Liqiu's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken. Di Zongxing was also suppressed to the ground. He could not get up immediately. Only the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into was safe and sound. He was a complete, otherworldly demon. He could not be targeted by Fate Vanquish. He was naturally immune. You're the only one left, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the primordial sword dragon with intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon in front of him. He destroyed the immortal graveyard and destroyed a large portion of the foundation that the Celestial Court had accumulated over the past 3 million years. This was an unforgivable crime. He must die a horrible death. Boom. Duke Long flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, tearing through the sky as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Stop him. Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. Duke Long shouted. His voice reverberated in the world. Destiny Song played at the right time. Fang Yuan's retreat speed fell sharply. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long got closer and opened his palm. Countless sharp Qi currents formed into sharp Qi blades that rained down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal and broke through the encirclement of the Qi blades, leaving behind traces of blood in the air. Myriad Year flying warship quickly flew over and met up with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped onto the bow of the warship and turned into the immemorial year monkey again. He turned around and waved his arm. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Strong winds blew and destroyed the Qi Current Scissors. Fang Yuan stepped on the ground again. Myriad Year flying warship buzzed and let out a dazzling light as he used the Time Path killer move, Myriad Year Hunting. Swish, swish, swish. The phantom of time below Myriad Year flying warship continued to surge. Countless year beasts were summoned again and entered the battlefield of the Celestial Court, spreading everywhere. At this time, Feng Jioga also arrived in front of Duke Long. Immortal killer move, Submission Song. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. The power of Submission Song condensed into a human figure that moved among the countless year beast groups. Wherever it went, year beasts regardless of whether they were strong or weak, betrayed Fang Yuan and joined Feng Zhoge, becoming used by Feng Zhoge. Well done! Seeing this, Duke Long was pleasantly surprised. Feng Zhoge had been using Destiny Song to maintain the battlefield. He could not use other methods, but now that he had time, he immediately displayed his abundant methods. Duke Long got close to Myriad Year Flying Worship again. He used killer moves like Dragon Claw Strike and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer in turn. Breaking Daybreak Swords were scattered and cracks spread on Myriad Year Flying Worship. A large number of goo worms died instantly. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. While repairing Myriad Year Flying Worship with all his strength, he was barely able to resist Duke Long and Feng Zhoge's joint attack. It is time for us to counterattack. Prince's Impatience was the first to launch a wave of counterattack. With a piercing phoenix cry, his entire person transformed into a fire phoenix. He spread his wings and soared, igniting flames in the air wherever he flew. The raging flames formed a sea of fire that filled the sky. Bai Tsang Shui attacked almost at the same time at the other end of the defensive line. Swish, swish, swish. Pale white waves surged into the sky, splashes and pillars of water shot out continuously. Jun Shun Guang moved like a meteor, piercing through the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian was accompanied by the Information Path Tiger. Whirling Boy and Yi Xiaozi attacked together, while Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi used the killer move Sitting and Eating Mountain Empty to deal with the enemy Immortal Goo Houses. Because of Duke Long's divine might, the three regions' Goo Immortals had tried to hide inside their Immortal Goo Houses. Celestial Court launched a wave of counterattack. Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and others could not resist the momentum. They retreated while fighting. Celestial Court's side used Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the core to push forward, suppressing the three regions' Goo Immortal space to dodge. Qin Dingling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board, using all kinds of luck path methods to maximize her side's offense. After all, Goo Immortals hid inside their Immortal Goo Houses and could not attack casually. They could only use the methods inside the Immortal Goo Houses. The three regions' Goo Immortals retreated continuously. They were hit by Fate Vanquish earlier and were in low spirits. Most of the Goo Immortals had no choice but to repair their Immortal Goo Houses with all their strength. They could only take a beating passively for now. Left without a choice, Mao Liqiu, Wu Yong, and the rest had to take a risk and fly out of their Immortal Goo Houses to fight against Celestial Court's main forces, to gain precious time for the Immortal Goo Houses behind them to repair themselves. Hold on. If we can't hold on now, retreating from Celestial Court is simply an extravagant hope. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially against Fate Vanquish. How is Fang Yuan's situation? He is the only one who can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the Immortals placed their hopes on Fang Yuan again. Even though many Goo Immortals had hatred towards Fang Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on Fang Yuan. But to the disappointment of the Immortals, Fang Yuan's situation was not good either. He was facing a pincer attack from Feng Zhoge and Duke Long. He was barely able to block them with Myriad Year Flying Worship. Fate Vanquish, which used Fate Goo as the core, had no effect on Fang Yuan. But Feng Zhoge's Destiny Song, even though it was only rank 8, was of a higher level. Not only did it contain fate, it also contained luck. Luck was naturally effective against Fang Yuan. Before this, Fang Yuan had used luck path methods to help him cultivate many times. Destiny Song was effective against Fang Yuan. It caused his condition to fall greatly. It almost negated the amplification of heroes among people. In contrast, even though Duke Long was not affected by heroes among people, he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Triple Chi Retraction, as well as Destiny Song. His battle strength rose to an incomparably shocking level. Relying on Duke Long's main offense and Feng Zhoge's support, Fang Yuan retreated again and again. He could not resist their attacks. Celestial Court will not lose. Duke Long's punches and kicks whistled. They tore through the air and smashed onto Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship was like a small sampan in a storm. It was thrown down and crashed onto the ground with a loud sound. Fang Yuan, take another move from me. Duke Long charged down like a meteor. He was about to charge at Myriad Year flying warship. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky and snorted coldly. Myriad Year flying warship flashed with golden light. The 12 zodiac ancient battle formation separated and turned into a gray stone giant. The giant waved its palms, standing on the ground of Celestial Court. It faced Duke Long head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Long and the giant collided fiercely. Killer moves collided and created an intense explosion. The terrifying light and heat expanded like a huge ball before exploding. Hurricane-like air waves swept in all directions. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship that was on the verge of falling apart flew back. Whoosh! With the sound of wind, Duke Long's huge demonic godlike figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He had no time to turn around. He directly activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Swoosh! Reverse Flow Protection Seal finally reached its limit. It completely shattered. Fang Yuan was hit by Duke Long's fierce attack. Even though he had transformed into the immemorial year monkey, his entire back was almost pierced. The huge force sent Fang Yuan flying. After crashing on the ground, he created a long trail of blood. He smashed through 3 immortal goo houses on the ground before stopping. Duke Long grunted. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Reverse Flow Protection Seal reversed the attack. He also absorbed all the force of the punch that landed on Fang Yuan's body. It was even more severe than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was weakened by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He also had the powerful body of the immemorial year monkey. Duke Long breathed heavily. He could not do anything for now. He quickly healed his injuries. At the periphery of the battlefield, the immortal treasury had already been ransacked by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they did not find the door of life and death. Strange, the door of life and death was clearly placed here. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. It seems that Duke Long did many things behind your back. Spectral Soul said coldly, the door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It contained countless souls. It was very important to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could not find it now. Master, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Should we help him and stall for time to buy for us? Old man Zheng Yuan asked. Spectral Soul looked at the battlefield. When he saw Fang Yuan's current location, he suddenly smiled. No rush, there is still a venerable who has not made a move yet. In front of Embroidered Tower, Fang Yuan was lying in a pool of blood. 3 pieces of reckless savage demon venerable's bloody skin were sewn in the air. When the wind blew on the battlefield, these 3 pieces of bloody skin loosened, fluttering like flags in the wind. Chapter 1967. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. He was covered in injuries. He snorted coldly and stood up, looking at Embroidered Tower in front of him. Embroidered Tower was a mortal object. It was a dowry left by primordial origin, immortal venerable to his disciple star constellation. It was just that, according to the customs of that time, it had more symbolic meaning. But after Star Constellation became venerable, she turned Embroidered Tower into an immortal goo house, giving it incredible power. Over 1 million years ago, reckless savage demon Venerable invaded Celestial Court. He charged forward, passing through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopped at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage demon Venerable suffered a loss in front of Embroidered Tower. So Embroidered Tower used its trump card, Tao embroidery. 7 embroidery needles danced like spirited sparrows, moving gracefully. Reckless, savage demon, Venerable had to give up 3 layers of bloodskin to pass. After that, these 3 layers of bloodskin were sewn in the air by countless Tao marks as threads, not moving at all. Embroidered Tower's damage could not be recovered. Next, it was used on Etion Mountain to deal with spectral soul demon, Venerable. The new losses made its situation even worse. The cause and effect caused Embroidered Tower to be damaged. It could not be used now. In the sky above Embroidered Tower, not only Feng Yuan, even many Gu immortals, including Duke Long, saw the movement of the 3 bloodskins. They were like 3 blood red flags, fluttering in the wind. The flag on the left depicted a bird with 6 legs but no wings. The blood flag in the middle depicted a wild beast. It opened its mouth but had no sharp teeth. The bloodskin on the right depicted a fish. It was very lifelike, but it clearly had no gills. The bloodskin fluttered. It was like an ancient wind had passed through 1,000,000 years, whistling in everyone's ears. It was like an intense battle between 10,000 armies. The sounds of metal clashing and battle cries resounded in the air. The blood flags fluttered more and more. They were like volcanoes that were about to erupt after 10,000 years, or like fierce beasts that had accumulated strength for a long time and were about to attack. Roar. The fierce beasts roared. They violently broke the Tao mark threads that were binding them, and then turned into 3 balls of bloodlight that fell around Feng Yuan. Amidst 3 strange or high-pitched beast cries, the bloody light completely dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. It was a strange yellow bird, with a body like a small mountain. Its 6 legs were thick and sturdy, and its beak was long and hard. It was shining with light, but it had no wings. An azure leopard with a big belly was lying on the ground, yawning nonstop. There was not a single sharp tooth in its open mouth. There was also a fish with dark green scales floating in midair. Its head was tall, and its mouth was tightly shut. There was no trace of gills on either side of its eyes. The big fish was motionless, like a jade statue. The immortals were shaken. Even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he paused his attack. The 3 pieces of bloody skin left behind by reckless, savage demon Venerable have undergone a mutation. The auras of these 3 monsters are so shocking. Did Feng Yuan trigger a Venerable's technique? Wait a minute. Why do these 3 monsters look like the ones recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu? The Legends of Rinzhu, S4th chapter, recorded such a story. Rinzhu wandered alone in the vast land. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a daze. Sometimes he cried, sometimes he sat in a daze, sometimes he laughed foolishly. The manipulation of fate Gu caused him to be separated from his children. Losing wealth Gu drove Rinzhu crazy. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Rinzhu was at a loss and in a frenzy. One morning, a flock of birds flew past the human ancestor. These birds did not have wings. They took turns running on the ground with their 6 legs, causing dust to fill the air. Rinzhu saw these birds and jumped in joy. So I am a bird. He also started running, merging into the group of birds. The birds screeched at Rinzhu. You are a human. You walk with 2 legs. You are not a bird. Go away. Don't disturb us. We are chasing after freedom Gu. We want to take back our freedom. Rinzhu asked, Why are you looking for freedom Gu? The birds said in a heavy tone, We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have wings. We can no longer fly. When we regain our freedom, we can spread our wings and soar. Rinzhu realized, I understand. Humans also need freedom. A man without his freedom is like a bird without its wings. That's right. I remember now. Rinzhu clapped his hands, laughing. I also want to seek freedom. to break free from the restraints of fate, to go wherever I want, to be with whoever I want, never to be separated. The birds looked at Renzu in astonishment. "Oh, human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us. How can we live without wings? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to be lonely. All the happy gatherings will only lead to separation. Oh, human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild." Renzu rubbed his head, showing a puzzled expression. "Is that so?" The birds left a final sentence. "Oh, human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom goo fly away. Otherwise you will regret it." Renzu separated from the birds, gradually forgetting his identity and pursuits. One afternoon, a group of running blue leopards passed by him. The crazy Renzu saw these blue leopards and was very happy, shouting, "So I am a leopard!" Renzu charged into the leopard group, but the leopards pushed him out, shouting, "You are a human, you are not a leopard. You walk on 2 legs, and we walk on 4. Leave, don't disturb us, we are pursuing freedom goo, we need to get our freedom back." Renzu heard this and asked, "Why are you looking for freedom goo?" The blue leopards had gloomy expressions. "Sigh, we once possessed freedom goo, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have sharp teeth. We can no longer tear and chew our prey. When we regain our freedom, we can happily eat." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like beasts without teeth." "That's right." Renzu clapped his hands, laughing. "I want freedom. I want to get rid of the restraints of fate. I want to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, and all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes." The blue leopards were stunned and burst into laughter. They mocked the human ancestor and said, "Human, how can you have such improper thoughts? Look at us, are beasts without claws? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Oh, human, if you want freedom, you need to abide by your duty. You should not let your imagination run wild." Renzu scratched his head, saying with a gloomy expression, "Is that so?" The leopards left a final sentence. "Oh, human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom goo fly away. Otherwise you will regret it." After Renzu separated from the leopards, he gradually forgot his identity and pursuits. One night, a group of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish group and was very happy, shouting, "So I am a fish." Renzu charged into the group of fish, wanting to swim with them. The fish group went into a commotion, pushing Renzu away as they shouted, "You are a human, you are not a fish. You have 2 legs, while we do not have any. Leave quickly. Don't trouble us. We are chasing freedom goo. We need to get our freedom back." Renzu asked, "Why are you looking for freedom goo?" The fish group sighed. "We once had freedom goo, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we had no gills. We could no longer breathe in the water. When we regain our freedom, we can swim freely in the water." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like fish without gills, they cannot breathe." "That's right." Renzu clapped, laughing. "I want freedom. I want to get rid of the restraints of fate. I want to breathe freely. I want to exist forever. I want eternal life." The fish group sneered. "Oh, human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us. Gills are necessary for a fish, so it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life. You will grow old and die of sickness. Oh, human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. You cannot let your thoughts run wild." Renzu frowned, showing an annoyed expression. Is that so? The fish group left a sentence. Oh, human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom goo fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. Renzu separated from the fish group, gradually forgetting the bird group, leopard group, and fish group's advice. I am a human. I want to pursue freedom. I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, to never be separated from the people I love, to live a luxurious life, and to live forever. Many living beings heard Renzu's words and shook their heads, moving away from him. Let's go, he is Renzu. He is speaking nonsense again. He has already gone completely crazy. How can he think like that? One day, Freedom Goo flew towards Renzu from the other side of the road. Renzu was overjoyed, grabbing it. Freedom! I have finally obtained freedom. Renzu was very happy, but also confused, asking Freedom Goo, "This is really strange. The flock of wingless birds are chasing you, the toothless beasts are chasing you, the gill-less fish are chasing you, but you are flying towards me. What is going on?" Freedom Goo replied, "Of course I am not flying towards you. Oh, human, you once tried to deceive me with your attitude. Use love to bind me, and use wealth to bribe me. I hate you, and I hate you. The reason why I am flying towards you is because I was attracted by cognition goo in your body." Cognition goo floated out of Renzu's body, smiling as it explained, "That is because you are crazy, Renzu. You let your thoughts run wild all day, wishing to never be separated, wishing to live a carefree life, desiring eternal life. If this is not madness, what is?" Freedom Goo sighed. "Freedom of thought is the greatest freedom. It is these random thoughts that allow me to strengthen myself. Oh, Renzu, even though I am captured by you, I will not work for you. Let go of me." Renzu shook his head, gripping even tighter. "Freedom Goo, I will not let go." Freedom Goo sneered. "Then prepare yourself, don't get pressed down." The moment it said that, Responsibility Goo flew over, pressing down on Renzu's shoulder. "So heavy, so heavy." Renzu was almost unable to straighten his back. Cognition Goo sighed. "Freedom and responsibility go hand in hand. Oh, Renzu, if you want freedom, you need to bear responsibility. At least, you need to take responsibility for yourself." Renzu gritted his teeth. Sweat poured down like rain as he knelt on the ground. He saw the spider silk again. Fate Goo's spider silk coiled around his body. Renzu was already barely able to bear the burden of responsibility. He had no strength to struggle free of the spider silk. Fate Goo's spider silk tightened, causing bloody marks to appear all over Renzu's body. Renzu shouted, "What is going on?" Cognition Goo explained, "Oh, human, the more freedom you have, the more you will feel that you are restricted." Freedom Goo laughed. "Let go of me. The longer you hold on to me, the more the spider silk will coil around you, and the tighter it will get, it might even strangle you to death." Renzu shook his head. "No, I will not let go. Oh, Freedom Goo, I want you." Countless spider silk stabbed into Renzu's flesh. Renzu screamed in pain, rolling on the ground, but he did not let go. "Ha ha ha." Renzu laughed foolishly again. "I can feel a goo in a distant place. Just this feeling makes me feel happy and satisfied." Cognition Goo said honestly, "That is natural. Whoever can obtain freedom, Goo will be able to sense the location of bliss Goo." Renzu gritted his teeth, sometimes crying in pain, sometimes laughing in joy. The spider silk tightened and coiled around his bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones, but Renzu did not let go. Eventually, he fainted from the pain. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Fate Goo's spider silk no longer tightened. Responsibility Goo no longer exerted more pressure, and Cognition Goo had disappeared. "Wait, where is Freedom Goo?" Renzu could not sense the existence of Freedom Goo. he panicked and quickly opened his hands. Just as a crack appeared, Freedom Goo suddenly flew out, leaving Renzu. When people have freedom, they often do not realize it. Only when they lose it would they suddenly realize it. Renzu saw Freedom Goo fly away and was stunned. He thought of the bird group, leopard group, and fish group's last words. He was filled with regret. He tore his hair in pain, rolling on the ground. Chapter 1968. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, be it friend or foe, everyone's gazes were focused on one place. Fang Yuan looked around him. He was surrounded by 3 monsters that had suddenly appeared. But the 3 monsters did not do anything to him. Instead, they were protecting him while looking at the surroundings with hostility. Their attitude was clear. Reckless, savage demon, venerable. Fang Yuan was shocked. Even with reckless, savage demon venerable's method helping you, you will lose for sure. Duke Long shouted, his voice echoing over 100 li. He charged down from the sky like a red meteor. Even with reckless, savage demon venerable's method, his fighting spirit was unwavering. He wanted to destroy all demonic path cultivators. He wanted to suppress all rebellions. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Duke Long aimed his palms at Fang Yuan from afar and slammed them down. Rumble! With a loud sound, a huge Chi mountain enveloped Fang Yuan and the 3 monsters underground, suppressing them. Duke Long had used triple Chi retraction before. He had many Chi Path Dao marks on his body. Now that he used Chi Breath Mountain, these Chi Path killer moves, their power rose by countless times. This Chi mountain was not only larger than before, it was also very condensed. Be it quality or quantity, it had a breakthrough. Seeing this, be it Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest, they all had solemn expressions. Just this Chi exhale mountain alone was already difficult to block. The best way was to dodge. However, there was still Duke Long, this powerful, extraordinary character. Behind the Chi Breath Mountain, he would definitely stop them from escaping. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was about to attack. But at this time, one of the 3 monsters formed from Bloodskin, that blue leopard, suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. Swoosh! At the next moment, the entire Chi Breath Mountain shrunk. It was directly sucked into Lan Bao's stomach by an indescribable force. The immortal's hearts shook. The pupils of Zhao Shan, he who cultivated food path, shrunk. He could see signs of food path from Lan Bao's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. Such a powerful Chi Breath Mountain was actually broken like this. The blue leopard swallowed a mountain of Chi, and its shriveled belly bulged up slightly by 10%. Its eyes were sparkling as it stared at Duke Long. Its gaze was terrifying, as if it was staring at a delicious feast. Duke Long was courageous and fearless. Even though the 3 monsters were unfathomable, he still charged towards Fang Yuan. Not only did he not slow down, he even increased his speed, directly piercing through the atmosphere and causing a loud sonic boom. Fang Yuan was on standby when one of the 3 freaks, Green Fish, suddenly moved. With a slight movement of its tail, it suddenly appeared in front of Duke Long. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like it was teleporting, but it didn't seem abrupt at all. Everything was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. A moment ago, Duke Long's field of vision was wide, but in the next moment, his vision was filled with the mountainous body of the fish monster. The fish monster jerked its head violently. Bang! The fish monster's head sent Duke Long flying. Duke Long was sent flying at a speed even faster than when he was diving. He had transformation path and Chi path Dao marks. He was powerful to an unprecedented degree. After using triple Chi retraction several times, he could defend against ordinary rank 8 attacks. He no longer needed the 9 dragon marks to protect himself. But when he crashed into the fish monster's head, he felt like he was using his bare fist to smash a reef. In an instant, Duke Long's bones were all shattered. His organs were almost crushed by the immense force. He was bleeding both internally and externally. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long shouted. His weakened aura surged up again. Duke Long immediately used chi path healing methods. In a few breaths of time, his injuries healed at an astonishing speed. But because he chose to heal himself, he allowed himself to be sent flying. He crashed into the limit of the sky of Celestial Court. Celestial Court was a public grotto heaven. The limit was the aperture wall. Duke Long crashed into the aperture wall. There was still a huge amount of energy left in his body that poured onto the aperture wall in the sky. The immortals heard a loud sound of impact. Next, they saw that in the sky behind Duke Long, several cracks suddenly appeared and rapidly spread in all directions like a spider web. The immortals drew in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's head was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long could not resist it. The fish monster was merely a method left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. It had existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such power. Then how strong was the Gu Venerable who used this method, reckless savage? It was unimaginable. The immortals could not help but think of reckless savage demon Venerable's evaluation. The world recognized him as the strongest Venerable in terms of strength. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. This is reckless savage Venerable's method. We have not lost this battle. We can still fight. Lord Duke Long is back. His injuries have healed, and his aura is even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the complete fate Gu. Heaven's will is on our side. The three regions' Gu immortals were surprised and happy at the unexpected reinforcements. Their morale rose again. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's immortals were also in high spirits. They had ample confidence in fate Gu, and Duke Long dived down again and fought with the three monsters. But this time, he had learned his lesson. He mainly used Chi Path to attack from afar, avoiding close combat. The strength of these three monsters was truly terrifying. Even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying again. The strategy he had chosen was quite wise. The three monsters' strength was shocking, but their methods were nothing to write home about. After a dozen or so rounds, Duke Long understood. The six-legged yellow bird was extremely fast. It could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it could not fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp. Even an immortal Gu house would be pierced. The green fish monster could float in the air. Its effect was comparable to Space Path's flash, but it was very natural and could not be defended against. No matter what kind of attack landed on this fish monster, it would almost instantly recover. Its strongest aspect was its astonishing recovery ability. It was even stronger than Duke Long's Chi Path healing methods. But it also had a flaw. Although its attacks were fierce, the rhythm was too slow, and the frequency was very low. After attacking, it would need to rest for a long time before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could also fly in the air. Its strongest method was to open its mouth and swallow all attacks. Not just that, it could even devour heroes among people from Gu Immortals. Zhao Shanhe was dazzled by this. His food path methods were far from being able to amplify devouring. This contained the food path profundity that he did not possess. If he could comprehend it, he would definitely advance further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was its devouring ability. Every time it swallowed, its stomach would swell. After being purposely fed moves by Duke Long and the rest, the toothless blue leopard's stomach became round, and its movements became increasingly inconvenient. However, even though Celestial Court's side quickly understood the three monsters' details, they still could not resist and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although the three monsters had all sorts of flaws, and their strengths were very obvious, they charged forward with no one daring to block them. Adding on Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shen Songsheng, Song Chi Yuan, and the rest, They countered and dispelled all sorts of methods of Celestial Court, causing Celestial Court's side to be extremely passive. The three monsters targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower. They seemed to have a natural hatred towards fake goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to resist the three monsters' strength. It could only retreat continuously. To protect Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long withstood the huge pressure and suffered heavy injuries again and again, but he had to turn around and fight again and again. His purple hair danced wildly, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was bathed in blood, and his dragon scales were dyed. His battle intent had always been increasing, and it had never dropped. Both sides surrounded the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. Celestial Court and the three regions' Goo Immortals fought fiercely. They fought back and forth. It was extremely intense. The battle continued to move. Everywhere they went, killer moves were like raging waves. The aftershocks destroyed everything and created countless ruins. The great Celestial Court that was meticulously managed by the Goo Immortals was almost completely destroyed in this battle. Seeing that the three regions' Goo Immortals had the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal Killer move Fate Vanquish erupted again. "Be careful!" Wu Yong shouted. The three regions' Goo Immortals were already prepared and quickly responded. After the white light dissipated, Celestial Court's battlefield erupted with a grand explosion again. The intense battle erupted once again. But this time, Celestial Court had the upper hand. The three regions' Goo Immortals had no choice but to resist while repairing their immortal goo houses and their own injuries. The three regions' Goo Immortals gradually stabilized their footing. Compared to the first time they suffered Fate Vanquish, their situation was much better. It was because they had three monsters to rely on. The monsters were still rampaging. Under their attacks, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were gradually dragged into a deadlock again. They were then suppressed by the three regions' Goo Immortals. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After a series of fierce battles, the Heavenly Court was reduced to ruins. The three monsters' momentum had clearly fallen. The attacks of the two sides' Goo Immortals were no longer as ferocious as before. They had to start considering the problem of their immortal essence expenditure. Oh no, the situation is getting worse. Wu Yong's expression was grim. The three monsters' battle strength was no longer the same as before. They were constantly being ravaged by Fate Vanquish. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable's attack on Celestial Court failed. These three monsters were merely a method he left behind. They naturally cannot resist the power of Fate Vanquish. Bing Sai Chuan's heart gradually turned cold. If the three regions' Goo Immortals did not obtain a breakthrough during the three monsters' battle, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat and slaughter. This was an obvious matter, but Celestial Court's side used the wisest battle tactic. They constantly moved and evaded the enemy's attacks, forcefully expending the enemy's energy. Especially when Fate Vanquish was used time and time again, the three regions' Goo Immortals would lose the advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty. They would have to start from scratch again. And because of Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was a base to reinforce them at any time. Once the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were in danger, they would hide inside. Thus they did not suffer any casualties. Of course, this was also because both sides started to cherish their immortal essence. Their attacks slowed down. Master, the situation is not good. Even reckless, savage Demon Venerable's methods cannot change the situation. Celestial Court has the complete fake goo after all. Far away, Fairy Myrtle analyzed coldly. Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. His body was translucent. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the battlefield, before looking at the distant Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was filled with chess pieces, but the mystical thing was whenever the venerable silhouettes placed a chess piece, there would always be a place to place it. But compared to before, the frequency at which the two venerables placed their chess pieces had decreased by a lot. Star Constellation's silhouette held a chess piece in her hand as she looked at the chessboard, before looking at Spectral Soul's direction. Is this good? Spectral Soul has stolen a portion of our chess results. Star Constellation's silhouette said. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Since he could escape and steal our results, it is his ability. These are all helpful to him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach a level that we have yet to reach. Star Constellation's silhouette was silent for a while before sighing. You are truly a pure Tao seeker. It is a pity that heaven and earth are a cage that prevents me from seeking Tao. Limitless Silhouette replied, that is why I want to pursue freedom. Star Constellation's silhouette immediately retorted, but your freedom is to directly break this cage. You and I both know what it is like outside the cage. Limitless Silhouette shook his head. Our standpoints are different. There is no point in talking. His figure was turning increasingly illusory. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Limitless Silhouette held a chess piece in his hand as he looked at the chessboard for a long time without making a move. This game had reached its most crucial moment. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad. He was clearly at a disadvantage. It was like he was surrounded by Star Constellation's chess pieces. Star Constellation's silhouette had a clear advantage. However, even with the accumulation of the celestial court, Limitless Silhouette could see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellations will had to resist Providence on one hand. She also had to make arrangements in the 5 regions on the other hand. She had to consider countless aspects. Her schemes included the present and ancient universe. Not to mention the failed plans of the 3 venerables to attack the celestial court. Just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul regained his freedom, but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was likely Star Constellation's doing. After all, even Fairy Myrtle was kept from her. Duke Long's scheme was unlikely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only Wisdom Path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette might not lose now. His main chess pieces were gathered together. It was hard for the opponent to take them down. If he tried to take them down forcefully, he would suffer huge losses. It would be like giving the initiative to Limitless Silhouette. But if Limitless Silhouette tried to break out of the encirclement, he would lack some strength. The entire encirclement was formed by Star Constellation schemes. If Limitless Silhouette attacked blindly, he would fall into Star Constellation's trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend and wait for reinforcements. This chess match between 2 venerables that had started since the olden antiquity era and lasted for over 1,000,000 years had finally reached its most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette had reinforcements. He had waited for this reinforcements for over 1,000,000 years. Both sides were aware of this. Now, it depends on the quality. Star Constellation's silhouette looked around the battlefield before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Chapter 1969. Fang Yuan had been fighting at the front lines all along. On one hand, he had been fighting intensely against Duke Long and the rest, but on the other hand, he had been maintaining his ice-cold calm, planning for the overall situation. But ever since reckless, savage Demon Venerable's method was activated, there was a voice in his ears. Look closely, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you are formed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the Pursuit of Freedom chapter in The Legends of Rinzu. I created them to pursue freedom. The first move, Thunder Rush Yellowbird Transformation, using Attitude Goo as the core. Have you ever been envious of birds, wanting to fly freely in the sky? But us humans are restricted since birth. We don't have wings. How can we talk about flying? An even crueler situation is often like wingless birds. They have already experienced the wonderful feeling of flying, but have lost their wings. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you will face all sorts of restrictions. If we are unable to change, unable to break free from all of this, like wingless birds, we want to pursue freedom but are unable to do so, what should we do? This is the core concept of this move. Remember, Junior. Remember, Junior, even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom, but at least we still have freedom. That is, we can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. The second move, devouring blue leopard transformation, using mutation goo as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing. It can make you better, but it can also make you worse, just like the effect of mutation goo. If a fierce beast lacks teeth, can it live? If there is no freedom to bite, what harm is there in swallowing it whole? Who knows, it might even train your digestive ability. The third move, internal breathing green fish transformation, using adaptation goo as the core. Compared to it, the world is so ugly and dirty, we will be attacked by the cruel reality, we will be tortured by pain and hopelessness. We walk on our own paths. Sometimes we will be covered in injuries. We will have nowhere to hide. We will not be able to escape. Humans are changing. The world is also constantly changing. If we cannot keep up with the times, we will be eliminated by the world. So, be adaptable. Without gills, we will use our mouth to breathe. If we cannot even use our mouth, we will use internal breathing. No matter how slow you walk, even if your face changes. The voice was thick and powerful as it explained the background and origins of the three monsters in detail. These were the three transformation path killer moves left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Ever since Feng Yuan triggered reckless savage demon ancestors method, this voice had mysteriously accompanied Feng Yuan, and no one else had noticed it at all. Could this be the voice of reckless savage archdevil? As Feng Yuan was guessing, the voice suddenly changed. His voice, which was originally steady and thick, became lively and frivolous. "Hey, you've said so much. It's my turn, my turn. Ha ha, kid, no matter who you are, you must be an otherworldly demon. Because only otherworldly demons had hope of destroying fate goo. That's why I left behind this legacy. Only otherworldly devils can inherit it. But other than that, you need to possess at least one of the three goo worms. Attitude goo, mutation goo, adaptation goo. These three goo worms correspond to three killer moves. They can trigger my killer moves. When you come to the sky above embroidered tower, you can activate the killer moves and transform into monsters, becoming your powerful helpers. You can use them however you want, be it killing, plundering, or benefiting the world. Of course, it would be best if you can get rid of the celestial quartz fake goo, because I really don't like it. Ha ha ha. Of course, if you can activate all three moves, then these three moves can be combined into one. This is a super killer move that I meticulously created. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form and possess all the advantages of the three moves without any other shortcomings. That is to say, you will be like a wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and breathing out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful recovery and self-healing abilities. You will also be like the toothless beast, swallowing everything and storing it in your stomach. Are you stunned? Isn't it super powerful? Ha ha ha, worship me. The frivolous male voice seemed to be chased away as it was replaced by the solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It uses attitude, mutation, and adaptability as its three cores. It is extremely complex and detailed. Although you can use the 3 monsters that I left behind to combine them into one, it is much easier than activating them independently. But please do not try it rashly, because this move acts on your body. Once it fails, you will suffer heavy injuries at best, or even death at worst. Remember this. Remember this. The solemn male voice spoke with deep sincerity, but soon the frivolous male voice appeared again. Please, what you said is not the main point. Lad, let me tell you the main point. Once you activate this move, you will be able to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts, turning the 3 monsters' methods into your own innate ability. You will become a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, fighting heaven and earth, rampaging through the world. You will immediately possess pseudo-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet a venerable like me, you will still have to kneel. But these are not the most important points. The most important point is that you need to remember. When Fang Yuan heard this, he could not help but concentrate. The frivolous and lively male voice continued. The most important point is that once this move is activated, the 3 monsters will fuse into one and turn into a bloody cloak that will cover your body. This cloak is really super cool. Junior lad, you must try it. It is truly too cool. You will not regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Along with the voice, all sorts of information flowed in his mind. He had a clear understanding of the 3 killer moves. Different from the male voice's description, these 3 killer moves and the final combination move were not complicated. The steps were also not complicated. Reckless savage demon Venerable's era was the olden antiquity era. The style of goo cultivators was either grand or rough. It was far from the complexity of the current era. Mastering these killer moves was not difficult, especially for Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment. Then I should combine them like this. Fang Yuan was done preparing. He retreated and activated the killer move. In an instant, the 3 monsters that were fighting at the front turned into 3 rays of light, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 yellow. They entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a shocking change caught both sides off guard. The 3-colored light enveloped Fang Yuan, emitting a grand aura that spread out in all directions, repelling all people and objects. The 3 lights quickly fused and turned into a blood-red color. The blood light condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a huge bright red cloak. The cloak fluttered in the wind like a battle flag. The sound of it flapping resounded in everyone's ears. What change is this? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited reckless savage's true inheritance. Both sides were shocked again. Seeing this familiar cloak, star constellation's silhouette, who was inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, recalled. Over 1 million years ago, a man barged into Celestial Court. He walked over step by step. Each step seemed ordinary, yet it caused the heavenly court to tremble, heaven and earth to tremble. His body was extremely muscular. He wore beast skin, and his muscles bulged. Numerous tattoos surrounded his skin and flesh, depicting countless strange beasts and plants. Some of them were savage, while others were intelligent and refined. He emitted a grand aura that was like a majestic mountain range, like a vast ocean. The goo immortals of Celestial Court only took a glance at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He wore a cloak on his back. This beast skin cloak was extremely large. It was made from human skin. Only reckless, savage demon Venerable had a tall and muscular body. If it were an ordinary person, the cloak would drag on the ground. Every time reckless, savage demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel off the enemy's skin and sew it onto the beast skin cloak. This was originally a custom of the beast men, but reckless savage had learned it and imitated it when he was young, even before he became a venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through the invasion of Celestial Court, reckless savage demon Venerable stopped in front of embroidered tower. In the air, star constellations will appear. Oh, reckless savage, you cannot destroy fake goo. Your strength comes from your fate. It's like you can't lift yourself up without using other means. Of course I know this. Reckless savage demon Venerable chuckled. Then why are you here? I am here to fight. Reckless savage demon Venerable raised his head and said in a frivolous tone, Star constellations will. Reckless savage demon Venerable continued to laugh. When I became a venerable and became invincible in the world, I felt an intense sense of loneliness. No one can fight me now. I have already killed most of those variant human rank 8s. The old and weak who are still alive have all gone into hiding. I have no interest in finding them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Celestial Court is interesting. To preserve fake goo, you must have left behind many methods. Back then, Limitless was blocked by you. Come, use all your methods. Let us have a good contest. Star constellations was silent for a while before entering embroidered tower. This immortal goo house in front of you is one of the methods left behind by my main body back then. Roar. Reckless, savage demon Venerable's eyes shined. Then I will go. The battle ended quickly. Reckless, savage demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling in dissatisfaction. What, just 2 or 3 moves, and your embroidered tower is about to collapse. It was quite good at the start, but don't worry, I won't tear down your building. We are on the same side. Also, I will leave these 3 layers of bloodskin here. This is my inheritance. No matter who it is, even if you are a member of Celestial Court, as long as you can inherit my inheritance, I will leave it to you. Take it as a souvenir of me coming to Celestial Court. Don't destroy it. He. I am really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance. Will they be awed by my grand strength? Will they be subdued by my wondrous thoughts? Haha, of course. It would be best if this junior can destroy fake goo. If he can't do this, I am really unhappy. Star constellations was silent for a long while before speaking. So destroying fake goo is your objective. Reckless, savage demon Venerable shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I will leave the bloodskin here. If you have the ability, then destroy it. But I have to remind you, out of goodwill, these 3 layers of bloodskin are already connected to the Tao marks of Celestial Court. If you carelessly destroy it, it will cause the most direct damage to Celestial Court. Unless a descendant has transformation path attainment like me, they will not be able to safely destroy it. Star constellations will continue. If you want to destroy fake goo, there is actually a better way. That is, you will become an immortal venerable and become the Lord of Celestial Court, living with fake goo day and night. I think with your wisdom, you will definitely find a way to destroy fake goo. Reckless, savage demon Venerable shook his head without even thinking. I don't want to. Star constellations will frown. Why? Because the title of demon Venerable sounds cooler than an immortal venerable. Star constellations will. It was very strange. When reckless, savage demon Venerable said this reason, why did it feel like it was only natural? Reckless, savage demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself, waving his arm. Look at my thighs, how firm they are. My arms, how thick they are. This is beauty, this is handsomeness. And this cloak, it is covered in blood and made of human skin. It is so majestic and domineering. Star constellations was in a mess, only speaking after a long while. So, you did not create this cloak to repay the debt of blood, to take revenge on the variant humans. Of course, there is a secondary reason, but the main reason is because it is cool. Star constellations will. Oh, that's right. The 3 layers of bloodskin I left behind can form a move. after the move is formed, it is a bloodskin cloak. It is very similar to the one I am wearing. If a junior wears it in the future, they will definitely be super cool. Chapter 1970. Because of Fang Yuan's shocking change, the entire Celestial Court's battle slowed down. Duke Long was the first one to react. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's situation was unclear. The three monsters suddenly turned into a blood-colored cloak that draped over his body. Duke Long did not dare to be careless. He had some reservations after being beaten up by the three monsters earlier. He immediately used spiraling dragon Fang to probe from afar. Dragon teeth danced in the air, sharp as blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He wanted to probe his current defensive strength. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon teeth landed on his body, creating waves of golden sparks. After wearing the blood battle cloak, Fang Yuan's defensive strength immediately rose to a terrifying level. Duke Long's pupils shrunk at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already more outstanding than his, at least when the dragon teeth landed on Duke Long's body. White marks would be left on his dragon scales. But Fang Yuan was completely unscathed. There was nothing wrong with him. His defense is already so shocking, his other aspects should not be lacking either. Seeing how Fang Yuan blocked the dragon teeth killer move, the immortals present had the same thought. The Celestial Court's side was even more wary, while the three regions' Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with expectant gazes. These Gu immortals did not know that at this moment there was a voice in Fang Yuan's ears criticizing him. "Lad, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance? Ayaya, you are so ugly. Look at yourself. Your face is like a woman's. Your arms and legs are too thin. Why is your skin so white and soft? Where is your toughness as a man? Oh heavens! My inheritance was actually wasted in your hands." Fang Yuan. The three monsters fused into one during the process of incomplete freedom transformation. Fang Yuan needed to instill his own will. However, after the blood battle cloak formed, Fang Yuan's will actually transformed into the image of the reckless savage demon Venerable, transforming into reckless savage's will. This method was truly unimaginable. It could be seen that even though reckless savage was a transformation path, Gu immortal, his wisdom path attainment was also extremely shocking. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the change in his willpower was the three freaks. To him, the so-called reckless savage will was not harmful and even had many benefits. Reckless savages will could oversee the blood-colored cloak and help maintain the killer move. It could even speed up Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning of incomplete freedom transformation after the three moves were combined. "Kid, hurry up and make your move. After so many years, there isn't much power left in my main body. Quick, quick, rush up and crush fake Gu." Reckless savages will laugh loudly, shouting impatiently. "You talk too much nonsense. Can you shut up?" Fang Yuan replied, indifferently. Ugh. Reckless savage's will was stunned. He held his cheeks with both hands and shouted in disbelief, "I've been despised." The dignified, reckless savage fiend Venerable was actually despised by a junior. And such an ugly guy at that. Next, reckless savages will started to mumble. Who could have thought that the mighty and domineering reckless savage demon Venerable was actually a chatterbox? But even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could feel that this combination move, incomplete freedom transformation, might have astonishing power, but it also expended a huge amount of the Three Freaks Foundation. This move had a time limit. In that case, Fang Yuan squinted, staring at Heaven Overseeing Tower with malicious intent. At that instant, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower felt a chill in their hearts. Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady, steady. The Celestial Court's side suddenly tensed up, Everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut to the extreme. Boom! At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His figure drew a straight line of blood light in the sky, brazenly moving towards the place with the most enemies, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's explosive speed was so shocking that even Duke Long, who was already prepared, was greatly surprised. Fang Yuan, don't even think of leaving. Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. He. It is finally getting interesting. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral's soul laughed heartily as he saw this, ordering, Old Man Zheng Yuan, make your move, activate everybody's vision. I want everyone in the world to see this interesting scene. Yes, Master. Old Man Zheng Yuan was a key that held authority. He was specialized in activating the human path methods of the past venerables of Celestial Court. And this everybody's vision killer move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had displayed its unique power in the previous life. It was based on the human path killer move people's united hearts. It could allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals to share their vision. This way, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would be able to see all of Central Continent's enemies. They could also incite the hatred of Central Continent's people and gather even more human will. The accumulation of more human will could in turn boost the power of other human path killer moves, like heroes among people. This cycle continued to grow stronger. It was the style of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. At once, Central Continent was in an uproar. The 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes. There is something wrong with my eyes. The mortals were indescribably shocked. It is the battle situation of Celestial Court. What kind of method is this? It allowed us to see the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's humans enjoyed the effect of everybody's vision. But in this life, because of Xinshang's interference, the 5 regions' human wills were gathered together. Everybody's vision allowed all the people of the 5 regions to see the battle situation of Celestial Court at the same time. The first scene that the people of the 5 regions saw was Fang Yuan charging straight towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who is that person? Even if it was an ordinary mortal, when they saw Fang Yuan, they would feel an intense and suffocating aura of fierceness. Fang Yuan, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Guyue Fangzheng and Qin Dingling controlled Demon Judgment Board together, blocking in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. The Gu Immortals who saw this, no matter which region they were in, shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not slow down. He directly charged towards Demon Judgment Board. Is he crazy? This is a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. However, at the next moment, the 5 regions' Gu Immortals could not help but open their mouths. Their faces were filled with shock. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan directly crashed into Demon Judgment Board. The huge impact forced Demon Judgment Board to fly backwards, even though Guyue Fangzheng and Qin Dingling were inside the Immortal Gu House. They were already using all their strength to activate it. Get lost! Fang Yuan shouted, raising his fist and punching fiercely. A huge pit was created on Demon Judgment Board's surface. Countless fragments flew everywhere, turning into Gu worm corpses that filled the sky. Guyue Fangzheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, unable to conceal his shock. Fang Yuan's attack almost pierced through Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was smashed to the ground by Fang Yuan. Before Fang Yuan stomped on it, a huge force surged towards it. It could not resist it at all. Demon Judgment Board was like a mountain pressing down on it. It rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped up. His speed surged as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. But at the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan! He shouted, his voice reverberating in the sky. Feng Yuan turned around. The bloody cape on his back swung as he waved his fists, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had already come with a killer move. His palm slammed down with Chi Breath Mountain. Next, his left hand formed into a claw as he used Immortal Killer Move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into a fist as he used Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat out teeth that turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs that surrounded his body. The 9 dragon tattoos protecting Xiao Chen's body took the initiative to appear. Bam, 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 bam. Feng Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, attacking fiercely as their fists landed on flesh. On one side was a venerable inheritor, an otherworldly demon. On the other side was a Tao guardian, the teacher of an immortal venerable. The battle between these two broke the record since the start of the battle. Just the aftershock alone caused intense winds to blow, pushing away all people and objects. The terrifying collision force could directly destroy immortal goo houses. Even rank 8 immortal goo houses like Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Calamity Luck Altar stopped in their tracks. And those rank 7 immortal goo houses hid far away. Are these two monsters? What kind of shocking battle is this? The 5 regions goo immortals saw this through everybody's vision killer move and swallowed their saliva, their hearts pounding. As long as venerables did not appear, this battle between Feng Yuan and Duke Long was definitely at the peak of the current era. The mortals also gradually understood some of the details. This is incredible. We are seeing immortals. There are really immortals in this world. Immortals are fighting. They're killing each other. It's just too terrifying. Look, it seems like even heaven has been destroyed by them. The mortals screamed in shock. This scene had surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop. Both sides were in a deadlock. Even though Duke Long did not receive the support of heroes among people, he had the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song, as well as Triple Chi Retraction. This method was a foreshadowing left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was only the key. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the battle between Feng Yuan and Duke Long as he smiled. Since it has already reached this stage, I might as well give it a hand. Zheng Yuan, release all of your human wills. Old man Zheng Yuan was slightly dazed. Weren't the human wills all released already? How could there be any left? If there were, why would old man Zheng Yuan not use them earlier? However, as Spectral Soul continued to guide, old man Zheng Yuan was shocked to find that a portion of human wills was stored in a corner of Celestial Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Celestial Court was so thorough, he was even clearer than old man Zheng Yuan. How many secrets of Celestial Court does he know? Also, why would the previous venerables secretly keep a portion of human wills? Old man Zheng Yuan was filled with questions. Stop guessing. Just release it. The following facts will tell you the answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old man Zheng Yuan had already been subdued by Spectral Soul. He nodded and activated his method without hesitation. The human wills were completely released.